Welcome. We are live for the UBC Day 1. My name is Justin Knoll. I will be your commentator here on Stream 1. Stream 1's match today is going to be Hideaki Ueda versus Oliver Squire.
She said you're live. Is he live?
Yeah, I think so.
I thought he had a promo. She said you're live.
All right. Well, I thought we were. So, welcome back to the Backgammon Galaxy YouTube channel. My name is Justin Knoll, and today we are here for round 1 of the UBC Contender Tournament. We're going to have 6 rounds today and 6 rounds tomorrow. So those were the player cards, giving you a little information about each player. Oliver Squire won the Stockholm UBC Contender Tournament, and Hideaki Ueda won the Japanese or Asian Contender Tournament. Hideaki Ueda had a pretty epic match against Mochi in the UBC Finals a few years ago. That was hosted in Japan, where he was dressed in full kimono with fan and came out with a ridiculously strong, very early lead, almost mathematically impossible for Mochi to climb back into the match. But somehow, some way, Mochi did find a way to come back in points, and Hideaki Ueda actually won the overall PR in the tournament, but ended up losing on points after the comeback. So it was a very, very, very impressive performance, and we've all been waiting for him to kind of get back to the finals. And we have a new format this year where we have a 4-man, 12-round, round-robin tournament where the winner of this tournament will be facing Zenexiska later this year in the Czech Republic. So that is going to be pretty good. So we're going to have 3 matches, I believe, to start off the day, and then 3 matches, I think, after our lunch here, and then we'll do the same thing tomorrow. Oliver Squire, I believe, played like a 3.9, I believe, to beat Sebastian Wilkinson in the Stockholm tournament. And I think Hideaki Ueda played under a 3. So I'd say in this match, it seems likely Hideaki Ueda might be a PR favorite. Although the way Oliver Squire plays, I mean, he wins so many games, I could see him like just winning match after match after match after match. If you guys wouldn't mind smashing the like button. What time is it? It's 11:13 a.m. here in Monaco, which means, what is that, a 6-hour time difference? 5 a.m. in New York.
Waiting for me for the tempest clock.
10 a.m. in London.
There we go.
I think if I've got my time zones correct. I want to thank you all for tuning in today. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you chose to be here with us, and that is very much appreciated. If it sounds like I'm whispering it sometimes, that's because there's nobody else in this room besides myself and Simon, who's doing commentary on Stream 2. And just the sound of my voice and the sound of hearing him in this room is just like very, very distracting. So we will see how this goes, and maybe I'll get my normal voice out here. Maybe I'll just whisper the entire day. Who knows?
Don't hit the pause button twice, because it'll reset.
So 6-3 splits, double threes, of course, just ends up making the bar point here. We could hit loose and make an inner board point, but this is just one of these opening rolls you just kind of have to know. 1-3, I believe, would enter on the 24 and make the 10 points. Making new points is good, of course. 5-1, I would just come out to the 18 point. You know, when you split with the ace here, and you think about how you want to play the 5, it feels a little bit awkward to me personally to continue to play 13 to 8. I hate saying this phrase because people oversay it and overutilize it as if it's gospel, like you don't want to strip the mid, but like really you don't in this situation specifically. So that would be my idea here. And here I would hit and then split. Hitting seems pretty clear, and while your opponent's on the roof, it seems like a pretty good idea to also try to split, to try to make an advanced anchor in your opponent's homeboard. And 4-1 enters, just hits on the 5. We will always be fighting for the 5 point, especially in like early stages of the game, and 2-1 is not great. And he's considering whether or not he wants to make the 7 point or play 6-4 to stop black from rolling to make the 5. And you can see on the computer evaluation that both plays are very close because both ideas are very strong. Of course, you want to make new points, so making the 7 seems good, but like at what cost? Right? If we just let our opponent roll and they make the 5, will their position be stronger than ours? And that's what he's considering when deciding to do one thing or the other. And so being able to enter and hit back from the roof is really strong. And this hits and makes the 4, I would say. Probably better than making the 20 since our opponent is entering from the roof. There's a chance they might fan, and the upside on those double 6, double 4, 6-4 combination seems really strong, and this makes the 18-point anchor. Thank you all for tuning in today. If you guys wouldn't mind smashing the like button and subscribing to the Backgammon Galaxy YouTube channel, that would be fantastic. We really appreciate the support out there for events like this. And 6-3, what else can we do besides try to run? Everything else seems pretty poor. Plays like 8-5, 8-2, or something that just seems difficult for me to play, but maybe the race is close, right? And if the race is close, maybe we don't want to sacrifice any of our racing chances, which of course we would do by coming out. And I guess we can think about hitting and making the outside point. I would hit and do this, actually, which seems to be the wrong idea. I like making the 4, but maybe the problem is leaving a double shot there from the roof. Seems like a very tricky play to me. 3-1. Okay, so this doesn't hit, but we can clean up the blot and then play 4-3. There doesn't really seem to be any other reasonable play. 6-1 just comes down and slots the 5 point. And double 4s, okay. So if he's up in the race, he should definitely be coming off of the 18 point, so he'll stop and just count and make sure that he's up. I'm sure he knows like a running count what the race is. And double 1s, okay. Terrible for the race, only 4 pips. And Hideaki's going to take account of the race right now and see if he's up enough to think about doubling. Guess I could give it a count myself. 108, 9, 10, 11, 120. So he must be within the margin of a take here. I wasn't able to get white's pip count in time. 4-2. But anytime you have the 8 point and the 7 point made, you know, white's chances of winning by contact go down by a lot. So he would need to be within probably 20 pips to even consider taking this. So he must have been within that to take in a spot like this. Ah, I can see the pip count here now. I see it. It's under the and above. I hadn't noticed it there. Okay. And then the clock is also running on that. Wow, this new streaming setup from Bill and Tara is absolutely fantastic. Yeah, I didn't notice the pip count actually. I was doing it like I was playing it.
Okay. So, and then the match points are in the title.
I see it.
This was actually designed by Wilson himself.
This was designed by Wilson.
Yes.
It looks amazing. And that is fantastic to see the pip count there. I was very nervous I was going to be counting all weekend. And, you know, it's funny because when I count, it's like I'm learning from Sesame Street. I go 1, 2, 3. How many are there? I have no idea. And here when we make these plays, you know, if the race is close, we might think about making the board, but in a situation like this, what we're really concerned about most is our distribution, because it's unlikely that they're ever going to get a shot, right? And so when they play 7-1, 6-2, they're thinking about like future racing chances and having checkers on all of the different points, so you don't end up missing when you roll that number in the future. So, you know, 7-1, 6-2 makes sense in this situation, because you're not thinking that your opponent is ever going to want to run off his anchor anyway, right? That's not something he's going to want to do if he's down 20 pips. I used to play with a guy that every time I would leave like 2, 3 blots in my board, didn't matter how much he was down in the race, he would always run off his anchor. So I would do it knowing he was making like a 200, 300, 400 blunders sometimes, because he never knew what the race was. And now you can see he's thinking about it. And so here, maybe you just play 4-2, right? Because you don't want to do this, because this is a bit awkward as far as like your spare distribution and absorbing some numbers as the game goes on. And it's funny because you go like, okay, so what is the reason behind it? And after a while, when you're playing backgammon at a high level, a lot of things just kind of go towards pattern recognition. You just go, wow, this doesn't look as good as this. Double 6. So now Oliver's only going to be down 2 pips after the play, so he probably needs to get out of dodge with everybody. Yeah, I like this. He just wants to make sure that he's only going to be down 2. I don't want to stay back on the 20 and then have him roll double 2s and make me weep. But I guess it is okay to stay with one of them, though I wouldn't. And we can see that leaving with both is only a 0.008 millipoint error. 6-5, maybe some ideas of slowing down his Baron, but I would be looking at double 1s and double 2s and being totally nervous. So there's the 1 and the 3. I would probably just come in from the 8 point, to be honest, just because I have better distribution on the outside, so I can place my checkers where I really want them. You know, when I'm bearing in situations like this, I want to be aiming for like the 4 point, 5 point, 3 point. Try to create some sort of like triangle shape. Double 3s. Now Oliver is doing good, I think. I mean, I don't know why it says he's down 16. I don't know what I missed. I must have missed a big roll by Hideaki somewhere.
You know the
5-3. And it looks like Oliver's going to be in trouble here, unless he rolls something big soon. That is not big. That is the opposite of big. That is very small. That is technically the worst, but he's still trying to play it as accurately as possible, trying to set himself up for big doubles if they happen. 6-5. And 3-2. This is almost impossible now, though not totally so. I would still play 5-3 here. 3-1. So you can see the value of every play here is 1, which means that unless there's some sort of rounding error, Hideaki wins all the games. Although I did once lose a game where the computer told me I won 100% of the time and just figured it must have been a rounding error because, you know, multiple double sixes happened and I certainly lost that race. I'll never forget it. I have nightmares about it. Six-four hits. You know, it was a fairly basic game plan for both players being in this sort of holding game. So both players' PRs are very, very, very low right now. We can see Oliver Squire is currently playing under a 1, and Hideaki is playing close to a 1. Well, he's playing a 1.37 at the moment. 6-1 just enters and hits. 2-1. I guess we could consider just making the anchor. Seems reasonable. You know, when you play 8-7 to hit there, it doesn't look like you get away with it very often, but 3-2 would have been a number where he got away with it. So I guess the 2 is likely going to make the 11 point, and then we think about what we want to do with the 3. I kind of break down positions like this where I just go, well, where do I want to play this first number? What do I think I want to do with this number? What is the most important number to think about playing first, and then consider what I want to do with the other one? And after I make the 11, I'm thinking, well, okay, do I really want to be on the 18 point? His 6s play really well just hitting me there, and maybe I want to get off of that. And I think the problem with stepping up and making the 11 is that there's just a lot of double hits now when he rolls a 6. And of course, he doesn't get to double hit with this one, but, you know, 6-2, 6-3, even 6-4 would have been great double hitting numbers. And then the momentum can swing a lot in those situations. So six one, of course, hits. And I, you know, probably would end up lifting. I mean, I think the problem with this is that, okay, you're making the 7, but you're still giving 4s and 5s from the roof. I can see that it's almost tied, but I mean, there's just so many numbers from the roof. You're going to get hit with 2, 6, and every 4 and every 5 that enters, except for, you know, 5, 6. So 5-4 would have hit, and he saved a lot on this, actually. So I would think we probably, wow, need to make the anchor and then think about what to do with the 5, right? Notice, you know, if we enter with the 5, we haven't made an advanced anchor, and I'm just trying to find a way to add value to my position. So after I've made the anchor, I feel like I've stabilized my position, but of course the hard part about playing this is that you have a 5 to play afterwards. So what we do is we just lock up the asset, which is the advanced anchor, and then find a place to play the 5. And the only reasonable 5 he had was 6-1 afterwards. So 5-3 just enters and hits. Don't really see another reasonable play. We have 6 checkers on the 6 point, so using one of them to hit seems okay. We don't just want to enter on the 3 and play 13-8 here. It seems like it gives black too much momentum on their next roll. All right, so 3-6 enters and hits. Nice reply from Oliver from the roof. 5-1. So this is interesting. We can enter and make the stronger anchor. We could enter and make the 1 point. Both of these plays seem like very legitimate options to me. So, like, what kind of information should I use to try to determine which one is the best one? I would look at the race, maybe. You know, and after the play, I guess you're going to be up 20 pips, and so you want to find a way to preserve your racing lead and maybe not get trapped. So I could see why making the 20-point anchor is a little bit better than making the ace point, but it's hard. It's definitely hard because one of the tenets we live by is, you know, if there's a blot on the 1 point, you want to cover the 1 point, right? You don't want to have a lasting sort of weakness just sitting there. And this is a double hitter with 6-3. We're going to hit on the 18 and play 8-5. We can just make it. I didn't see this. Yeah, okay. I see why he was taking his time now. Of course, if you can just make the point, you should just make the point instead of like hitting loose and hoping that you make it. You can actually make it, right? And making things is good. This is what I hear. Making things is good. So Hideaki just must be thirsty here. There's no way he's considering a cube after Oliver made that play and we have the 1 point made. So there's the 2 and the 3 steps up. I need insurance over Oliver rolling a 4. He does roll a 4, of course, and I would come off the point that has most checkers on it, which would be, what, the 22? This seems reasonable. Now, if he enters and hits back on that checker, we have 2 checkers aiming at it from the roof. We would hit back with 5s and 6s. Double 2s, okay. So this enters and hits and switches. It's the first thing I see. Putting 2 on the roof seems to stop a lot of momentum. Stopping momentum is good. Stopping momentum is good. If our opponent has 2 on the roof, he can't, you know, clean up the extra blot that's just sitting there, right? Okay, this is already starting to look like a mistake because switching doesn't leave the blot in your board. Ooh, this is a big one, actually. Switching doesn't leave the blot on the board. So now if he rolls a 4, he's doing really good, but he rolls 6-5 in fans. So this makes Hideaki a pretty big favorite in the match, and it's almost a double already. He has 4 checkers back, so this is why he's pausing. He has 4 checkers back behind, half-decent structure, and he does have the 1 point made. He does double. It is a cube on higher analysis. Hideaki's a genius. And if Oliver passes this, I don't think he will. But if Oliver passes this, this would help Hideaki get back into the PR battle in this individual match here. But I don't think Oliver will pass this. He sees that he has 4 back. I know there's another blot there, but he does have the anchor made, and the 1 point is made on the other side of the board. And the 1 point being made when you have a fairly advanced anchor and you're trailing in the match score, I think will help point him to the right solution. Now, of course, I can sound like a genius here. I'm sitting with XG in front of me. But I think Oliver will find the take here. But anytime, you know, you're under pressure, you're in a match like this, there's always the opportunity to think it's closer than it is and choose the other way. I've been victim of it myself, of course. And then I look at it clear-headed the next day and just go, I can't even believe I passed this, you know. So it's totally possible. Close-up cam of the young Oliver Squire. Not as young as he once was when I first started calling him the young Oliver Squire, but, you know, one day I'll be 60, he'll be 40, I'll still be calling him the young Oliver Squire because he'll always be younger than me. He's going into the tank here, hands over the head, really thinking through it. Either that or he's playing peekaboo with Hideaki Ueda. I can't see you, you can't see me, peekaboo. All right, I'm sold on him thinking and not playing peekaboo with Hideaki. I'm pretty sold. Okay. Very, very, very difficult decision here, of course. You know, anytime you have two on the roof, it just doesn't feel good. And then there's another blot in the outfield, right? And so we're just thinking about it in terms of work. So, like, let's say he covers, right? Let's say he covers, because he likely will. There are variations where he doesn't cover, and then if you roll a 4 due to your priming structure, you're doing quite good. So there are variations where he doesn't cover, and in those variations, you're not doing bad at all. I guess you're just thinking about, okay, so he does cover. Let's start there because he's a favorite to do so. The numbers that cover also hit. So what if he covers and doesn't hit, and then he just enters with one number? How bad are you doing then? Right? Because this is what's likely to occur. He's likely to cover, and you're likely to enter with 1. And then what does it look like then? And if you think you could still take in that situation, then you probably have a take here. But he passes. He passes. Very, very tough decision. Very, very tough decision for the young Oliver Squire. Nobody can fault him for that one. That was very, very difficult. 2 on the roof is 2 on the roof, and it's very scary. It's even scarier in Monaco than it is anywhere else in the world when you know everyone is watching. It's very, very tough decisions. Being in the streaming room is a lot of pressure. I wonder what Hideaki thought about that decision. That's one we could talk to the players about later. Double 3s, of course, right? We just make the 3 instead of making the 5, because if we make the 5, we have 3 blots in the outfield. And we didn't make anything new. We made something better by making the 5, but we gave up the 8 point to do it. But here, making the 3 point is actually making something new. And like I've said before, making new things is good. Making new things is good. Unless, of course, that new thing is like a bomb of some sort. That can't cause any good. Oh, maybe. No. Well, who knows? 2-5, okay. And I think we'll just slot the 5 point. This seems reasonable. There's no way to safety the checker after entering, so if we slot the 5 point and get missed and we get to make it, that's a huge improvement. The only other option is coming out, which duplicates aces, but still, when you get missed, which is unlikely, you're still playing with 2 blots, and you don't then just get to make the 5 point. If you get missed here and you get to make the 5 point, that's a pretty big improvement, I would say. And we're looking for ways to gain and have improvements in the situation. Okay, 4-5. Hideaki's doing well in this one. And the 4 and the 5, I would just come down to the 11 because I can't get hit. And not getting hit seems ideal. In 6-5, he fans again. Okay, so we're leading 4-away, 7-away. So because we're at a 4-away score and there's gammons available, it is quite reasonable to think about doubling. It's quite reasonable to think about doubling because we are 4 away. Our opponent is on the roof. We win a lot of games from here. We're up, 30-something pips on roll. I think mostly because of the 4-away score, we would have considered doubling at the score. And I think the computer wants to make just more of a safe play in this situation because it doesn't want to lose its opportunity to double. Here we get hit back with every 4. We do get hit with 2-4, okay. He had to pay a little bit there. It was better just to redistribute the checkers from the 13 to the 8 point since we have a high point. We want to play from there to redistribute our checkers around the board. He gets hit with a 2. And once you get hit with the 2, I guess the ace doesn't matter as much because you've got a double anchor in your opponent's home board. You might even play big and play like 8-7 or something. It doesn't seem unreasonable to play something like 8-7 or this ace. All of them seem fine. Even 6-5 is a decent play. Because if you get hit back, you've got a double anchor in your opponent's home board. So you're deciding, am I going forward? Am I going backwards, right? And this next roll is going to decide your game plan by a lot. Depending on what our opponent rolls next, it will determine whether or not we're going to be playing a 2-4 sort of double anchor game or whether or not we're going to try to win coming forward. This next roll is pretty important. 4-6 enters and hits. Okay, so I guess we're going to be playing a 4-2 game. 5-6 fans again. Okay, well, now that he has a double anchor, I don't like doubling. I feel like he can take way too much. And double 6, this makes the 7-point. And then what do we do with the other one? Wow, it wants us to slot the 3-point. This is very much a... I probably wouldn't do this play. I'd probably do the second best play, where I'd come down with 3. But of course, Hideaki sees the best play. He realizes that white is in this double anchor game now. And if he rolls an ace to hit, he's no longer in this double anchor game, right? So he notices that there's a cost associated with hitting, but there's also a cost associated with him rolling a 5 and hitting here as well. Right? Do you want to really give up your advanced anchor to hit with a 5? I don't know. I might not, depending on what the 5 was. But double 6 essentially makes sure that white is going to be playing this game. And this is the play that I would have chosen. I think this play looks great. But you can see that by slotting, it helps the timing if he rolls a 3, right? I think the problem is that white is now playing a very good 4-2 game. I think he has to hit. I know we have this thought in our head that, like, okay, we're in this game. We don't want to hit now. And this is true, but also, you know, when we're in a double anchor game, getting out of it also seems ideal. You know, we don't necessarily want to be sitting in a game where we get gammoned a lot, especially when we still have the opportunity to potentially win coming forward. So 4-3, he can't hit back. So I guess we just either clean up the checker or think about going to the 18. I like cleaning up the blot. 5-2 points on his head. Pointing on his head seems ideal. Thank you all for tuning in today. If you guys wouldn't mind smashing the like button, subscribing to the Backgammon Galaxy YouTube channel. My name is Justin Knoll. I will be your commentator here for the week. Longer than a week, actually. Although this tournament's only going on for 2 days. Double 5s. This is way too fast. And after a roll like this, I mean, do you have to just come out? I mean, I don't know. But, like, you don't have the time to play a 4-2 game anymore after this. And now you just double, right? And it's just a pass. I mean, how can you take this anymore? Double 5s was awful. He went from having a super, super, super playable game to having a game that plays like crap. You know, going from a 4-2 game to just a 2-point game where you don't even have the ability to see in the outfield. Black's position is so well distributed, he could just make the 4 points super easy here. And he's trying to find a play that's going to allow him to take. And I think the problem is that there is not a play that allows you to just take. And if you make this, you might trick yourself into thinking you can take this. But I heard Ziska say one time, and this is really, really true, is that if you are in a double anchor game or a back game like this, and there is a chance that your forward position could crunch, right? Just a chance. There's a chance that your forward position can crunch, and we can see that it's already too far forward, that it's already just a pass. So he sees that he wants to hop out, but he's trying to find a play where he can take or maybe not get doubled. But I don't see how you don't get doubled here unless you think it's too good for some reason, right? That's the only way you don't double, is if you think it's too good, and he doesn't win enough gammons here, apparently. It's very, very close to too good. Oliver obviously knows he can't take this, especially at a 4-away score. There's just not enough wins. Double 5s ruin his position. I'm sure he's not too happy about it. I would roll double 5s and just be like, boo, boo. Because, of course, you know, Oliver really, really, really needs to win the match. He really needs to win the match because it's going to be hard. 6-4 makes the 2-point. This is a book play after 6-5. Making the 2-point is the best play for money, and I would assume it's still the best play at the score because making the 2-point wins more gammons, and gammons are what you want when you're down 4 points in a match like this, right? Double 1s makes this and the 7. Ryan Rebello in the chat. What's going on? Jesper Carlson in the chat. Hrolf Jensen. The Garnold. Cecilia Rogers in the chat. Nice to see everyone here. Mackenzie Usher. If you guys wouldn't mind smashing the like button, subscribing to the Backgammon Galaxy YouTube channel, though I think most of you already are. But if you haven't yet, you know, feel free to do so. Really appreciate it. It's really fantastic that Backgammon Galaxy is, you know, for one, created an event like this. That is, in my opinion, my favorite event to watch as far as backgammon is concerned in the world. 6-3. I like making the new point. Making points is good. Of course, you'll hear me say this a million times this week. And 5-4 is terrible. I think I would just play 2 down, though I can find an argument for going to the 4-point. Obviously not leaving a blot, but yeah, I guess maybe, yeah, this is tough. This is tough. This is definitely a tough play for me. I can see the upside in both. Of course, this puts more pressure on making the 5, but you get hit with 6-2, you get hit with double 2s, you get hit with double 4s. Of course, black, since you don't have an anchor, is probably going to attack you with some numbers as well, and then there's just another blot in the outfield, but I find this play to be very tricky. It's quite possible I also make Oliver's play. And now we can just play 2 down. Because you're just looking around the board at the distribution and just thinking about what we can do, right? And when you have a high point and flat priming structure, redistributing your checkers around the board to give yourself better rolls is really good. And 6-4 escapes a checker. This is strong. It wants to make sure the 6-4 doesn't hit. 6-4 normally hits, but the bar is made and the 5 are made. So that one's still stuck back there. 6-1 would be like the perfect roll. 6-3, good roll, not perfect. Does help you escape, but of course he could roll a 3. But the 3 wants to step up, so I think we should just run. If we get away with this, we're doing really good. Like really, really good. I don't know why. I feel like Oliver's going to roll a 3, though. I'm used to seeing it. Oliver doesn't like to miss. He misses. And double 5s is atrocious. It's too fast again. I mean, it helps him out in the race, of course. But he still has a checker back there. And, of course, all he really wanted to do is escape. At this 3-away score, I don't think that he's going to be doubling him yet. Just trying to see what the race is going to be after the play. I don't really know, you know, what his racing lead is going to be until he's submitted the play, I think. Of course, making the 4 would be a market loss, but he's down 16 pips, and at this 3-away score, we're going to be very cautious when giving away the cube. We want to make sure we have a lot of winning chances and get very, very close to the take-pass point before we give the cube because of how much our opponent gets when they have a redouble prepared for us. And I don't like this. I do like, and then going to this looks good for making the 4. I guess since we're down in the race so much, we want to play a little bit bigger. This only gives them 3-5 to hit us, but it does give us quite a few builders to try to make the point. And wow, maybe we step up with the ace and slot the 5. I don't want to step up with the 3 because too many numbers point on me, but stepping up with the ace and slotting the 5 seems reasonable. And I called that one before the XG popped up, so you know I can play backgammon pretty well. I mean, to players like Oliver, to players like myself, we can see the urgency of wanting to leave, right? We're up in the race. We're stuck behind structure. The guy's trying to build. We could step up with the 1 or the 3, but stepping up with the 3 is a bit more risky because then he has 6s and 5s and 3s and 1s to point on me. But here, this does a little bit of this, and it does a little bit of that. And sometimes a little bit of this and a little bit of that is better than all of this or all of that. Just going to say, it gives us the option to go both ways with our next roll. We could escape. We could make the 5, but we're working towards escaping while we have a race lead. But this does not slot the 5. Slotting the 5 is good because we might not get out next roll, but he's thinking he might hit, which is why he's not doing it. This blocks the 6-away point. This is a fantastic roll for Hideaki. 2, 1, 2, and then the ace slots the 5. He didn't slot it last time, which makes me think there's a chance he won't slot it this time because he's thinking, okay, the guy hits me loose, I hit him back, I don't want to blot on my board. He hits me loose, I hit him back, I don't want to blot on my board. This is his thought process. I can see it, but, you know, we're also thinking in terms of like racing efficiency. What if he gets out? Having the checker here is better for the race long term. We might make it. We might hit loose and then hit him and then just make it from the roof. This is also a possibility. And look, we have to play 10-4 here due to the race. After the play, we're down 5 pips if we don't hit. So we have to hit, even though his board is strong. And now Oliver is going to think about the cue, but this seems crazy because anytime you don't hit, you're dead, dead, dead. And your board isn't strong enough to where you could say that every time you hit, you just win because the 5 is open, right? Oliver rolls the 4-6. He enters and hits and hops out, and we can see that there's 11 direct numbers plus 1-4 to hit back from the roof. And he finally misses, and this game is over. He's thinking about whether or not it's too good. And he doesn't, and he just makes the ace point, of course. This gets rid of 2 of the hitting numbers. It gets rid of 1-4. So now we can only hit with a 5. And if Hideaki rolls a 5, Oliver's going to be sick. Oh, and he rolls the 5. And what should the 4 do? Should the 4 clean up? I think the 4 should clean up. I think the 4 should clean up just to save on gammons, actually. And if Oliver enters and hits, he has to hit in his own home board, which means he could just roll another 5 to hit back from the roof. Now Oliver's got nothing. Absolutely nothing. He's got less than nothing. It's not a favorite at all. And he sees the 4 and the 3. Fantastic number. This hits. And if he doesn't roll a 5 here, he's going to double because Oliver would be sick if this happened to him again and he fans, and he has to double now. For sure, you should be scared of not making it. I would be scared of not making it, and your opponent will definitely be scared of you making it, so he's passing, and he knows he's passing. He's just trying to think about whether or not it's too good. Now, if Hideaki actually takes this after he doubles, I'll eat my shoe, and I don't want to eat my shoe. Oh, he plays on too good. Okay, so there's the 1. Oliver knows he's going to roll the 1. I don't think that was great because he might not have rolled a 1, but Oliver was not scared. I would have been remembering the roll before. Double 5s, okay. Great distribution. And there's now quite a few gammons here. Just due to all of Black's checkers on the outside, but 4-1 doesn't take anything off. 4-1. Yeah, I like clearing the 6, actually. I know it looks a little bit awkward, but this leaves shots as well and could be more awkward more times in the future. 4, he enters, okay. Now he just crosses over to the 6 point, I think. He's thinking about just, of course, saving gammons here, and the 2 perfectly crosses over to the 6, but I'm sure this is fine. There's not going to be any real difference in any of these. And yeah, ripping 4 off really puts the fear in him, right, of all the gammons. It makes him want to leave, right? I knew he's going to have to stick around because there's just no other way to win, but this terrifies him now, of course. The gammons are huge, in a huge way, back on the table. So the 1 crosses over, and maybe the 4 comes down or slots the 4. I would probably come down. Now he just needs a 6-2 or something to leave a shot. 5-4. I like this, just clearing the rear point. This gives fewer shot levers in the future. Double 1s. I just make the point. You're not saving the gammon here, I think. I don't know. He's just going pure gammon save. 6-5. Okay, so that did work out for him going pure gammon save. I would have likely made the point, which doesn't save nearly as many gammons, but wins more games, of course. Can Hideaki save this here? He's going to need some big numbers. He can definitely save it. 2-3 crosses over both. Now, even if he rolls a double, he can roll a double himself. Yeah, I like this. Style points for putting 4 checkers there and not taking 2 off. I like this. Extra point for style. 5-4. Great roll. This just brings it in. I don't think you can gain any other way by going like 6-2 or 5-1. I think you just bring it in, and if you roll double fours, you roll double fours. The dice gods just weren't with you, but I think you weren't going to get off with double fours anyway. 4-2. All right, Hideaki, just don't roll double fours, and I think you'll be fine. 2-1 even gets off. Okay. When double fours is worse than 2-1, you know you got lucky. Oliver gets 2 points. Of course, I didn't think he was going to get skunked in this game. He played on correctly the first time, got punished, played on incorrectly the second time, and almost got a gammon out of it. But we can see Hideaki is playing the better PR so far. 3 splits and the 2 comes down. I like this play. I think it's the best play. That's why I like it. I like plays that are the best. 2-1, okay. Difficult. Difficult for me. Are we hitting? I find this to be tricky because I don't like the ace. I've already got 1 out. Love to see this one. 24-21 just stepping up. Yeah, it didn't look normal to me. By not normal, I just go, well, this, situation has probably occurred to me quite a few times, and I think I would have recognized such an ugly play by now. Because it is for sure ugly looking after 6-5. 3-2. 2-1. Good to know. 24-21 is the better play. 5-2 enters and hits. And 2-1. I guess we're just going to make the 20-point anchor. You are leading in the match. Oh, you can't. You're on the roof. Yikes. This is not great. So maybe we just hit. I guess we just hit with the ace. Don't really see what else we're going to do. The black checker on the black bar, I missed it for a moment. This is the board I have at home I use to make the Galaxy videos with. All right, he's choosing to hit 6-4, I guess for better distribution, but it doesn't attack the better point. And this enters and hits on the 5. 6-4 is a little bit odd compared to the normal just hitting on the 5, but of course it gets hit back less, but it does fight for a weaker point. So 6s and 1s make the 5 with 3 back. The 2s hit out here. There's a blot in your board. You're doing quite good, and you're trailing. Did Oliver only get 1 point in that game? That was an undoubled game. Wow, I missed that completely. Very tough. So, of course, we could make the 5 point and hit outside. We could also hit twice and make the 4, which is like the play that I'm considering. Something about hitting 2 looks pretty good. Double 2s. Very, very strong, of course. We get to enter with both and hit, which looks great. And then maybe 8-6. This would be my play of choice. 4-2 enters. And do we make the 18 or do we make the 11? Another tough choice here. I guess I'd make the 11. I think I like working on my offensive structure when I'm down by this many points right now. Okay, they're both very close. I was focused more offensively, but of course, you know, having a good defense is good. You only get hit there with 5-6 anyway, so I guess the risk is very low, but I like this play. Although I see it's wrong, but I still like it. It's not that wrong. 5-1 enters, and I think I would make the other anchor and just go, okay, well, now I have the potential to play a good 2-3 game, right? And that means that I could be in this forever. Whereas the other way, if I did something and chose to hit inside, there's a way that this could be significantly worse for me. And so even here, after being pointed on, he rolled one of his better rolls, and you're still doing just fine. So we enter, and I guess we hit, and then hit on the 5, and then maybe also hit on the 4, and just put 3 on the roof and see what happens. You know, 3 on the bar. If 2 on the bar is best by far, what's 3 on the bar? Better by far? Double 5s. I would have bet money on double 4s, but double 5s is even better. Gets to remake the 8 point after entering all 3 checkers. 6-4. Okay. Wow. Okay. So yeah, I mean, of course, I would just make the bar and cover the 4. But 24-18, 8-4 is the better play here. Not really so concerned about getting hit, more so concerned about the flexibility of your checkers to make sure you don't get crunched back there. But it is very, 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 very close. And he sees both plays. And it's funny, you know, if we knew how close it was, of course, we would make the move quicker. But, you know, you're never sure how close the plays are. You're thinking, maybe one of these is a blunder, right? And if it's a blunder, which one is more likely to be incorrect than the other one? And, you know, will it be largely incorrect to make some other play? Here the 5 comes out and the 3 just goes to the 8 point. There really isn't much else to do here. This is also a decent play. This is very much back game sort of strategy where you don't want to make the 1 point. You want your opponent to roll a 1. And you don't really want to hit it if you want to play this game, right? Is you just forego the hit if you think you're stuck in this sort of back game. So that's a very interesting decision because you have to think about it this way. If your opponent wanted you to hit him, should you hit him? Probably not, right? This makes the 5. Pretty good roll. By pretty good, I mean very good. Very good roll. Double 2s. Enters and makes the 9 point. Another blocking point in front of the structure. Seems really strong. He wants a 4. He rolls double 1s. So this just comes down with all 4 hitting. There isn't any other play that doesn't hurt your forward structure or your rear structure, and you might have to play this double anchor game, so we don't want to destroy it. This just comes in and out. We don't want to get primed. Sudor says hello from Romania. Hello there. Mackenzie Usher again. Nice to see you guys. Another 6-2. In 2-1. He slots the 3 point. Okay, well, maybe I would have unstacked the point a bit more, but I can see the value in slotting the 3. I probably would have just played to the 5 and to the 4, given myself a few more small numbers to slot on the next 5-1. Don't think we're coming off. I don't know what the race is, though. Can we maybe, do we have the time to play this game? This is always the question. And with that blot on the ace, yeah, that was a reasonable time to think about it. Our timing is really quite suspect to be playing a 3-2 game. In a 3-2 game, we want to be down quite a bit more. And now we have this checker on the 1, which is not ideal when it comes to playing a back game. Wow. And now you don't even really want to make the 1 point. Making the 1 point in a double anchor game is pretty bad, but like what choice do you really have? You've committed to this after making the other play. Very, very tough decision there. Tough choice. (5-2). We can see that he might have to come out now. We can't just play 6-1. Anytime we crunch our board in backgammon, you know that you're doing bad. So anytime you think about crunching your board, just decide to do something else. And yes, I'm going to have to quote myself again. I only break my board in karate class. This is very true. Any other time, I'm leaving it alone. Who do I think will win? I can't see the other match right now, but my money is on Japan in some way. I'm rooting. Do I have a rooting interest? No, I want to be objective. But I think it's quite likely the most consistent players like Hideaki Ueda, Michihito Kageyama are very, very likely in a PR battle to be playing very, very low PRs for the majority of the time. And so, yeah, I think the two should hit. Actually, is that? Oh, wow, it's very tough to deny yourself to hit here, isn't it? Okay, it is correct to hit. Made me nervous for a moment. 4-4, just fans, okay. 6-5. This just hits loose on the deuce point. Ooh. Oh, really? The problem with this is that he can potentially make another double anchor, and you're not so worried about getting hit because you've got good priming structure and they've got blitzing structure on the other side, and there's 2 blots in their board. So, I mean, the downside of getting hit is not so much, not so much. 3-6 doesn't get to move. And black has a serious problem here, or he had a serious problem. Now I think he can get out. I mean, I think he can. If he rolls a 4 or a 5, the dice gods allow it. The dice gods allow it. I never would have rolled a 4 or a 5 there. I would have crunched for sure. 4-5, okay, no problems for Oliver. The gammon is on. The gammon is on. 6-2. Hops out. I like this. Yeah, so the PR gives them a point, and the match win gives them a point. So match win is just half the battle, right? So whoever wins the PR point is a very big advantage here, because if there's any ties as we get to the end of the matches played over the 2 days here, the lower PR players will have a significant advantage if the points ever end up being tied. Double 3s is a bit awkward. We just have to clear the 5. Yeah, this is a good play from Oliver. Terrible roll, but very good play. Gives himself some trouble where there shouldn't be. Let's make the inner board point, I think. You could get a shot right now and might not want 2 blots there. You already have the 1 point made, so why not make the 2? 5-1 is a shot. 5-1 is a shot. He only has 2 off, so I'm going to minimize shots, actually. I'm not going to take 1 off, I think. Do I want to give an additional 2-1? I don't know. It's an extra 5.5% of the time I'm going to get hit. And then with only 2 off, it's not great. And he rolls double 3, so he would have been severely punished had he made the other play. So he comes out with 1 and goes into the 6 and thinks about the other 2. The other 2 I don't want to think too much about. I don't think it's going to be that painful either way. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, just maximizes the crossovers because he's just thinking about saving gammon here again in double 4s. 1, 2, 3, 4. The gammon is on, and it looks quite likely Oliver's going to be bearing off minimum 2 checkers with every roll. And I think you want to come out because you don't want to accidentally get backgammon. That would be even worse, losing 6 points here. The backgammon is a severe go. Backgammon, of course, would win Oliver the match, but that's never going to happen now. Unless, of course, Hideaki just forgets that checker's there, which he won't do. I might forget, but he won't, that's for sure. 5-2. Of course, he's staying there, though, just for additional decisions. The computer thinks that he could lose a backgammon, therefore he gets a decision. Double threes, okay. So can he reasonably save this? Maybe you have to come out now just because there's a potential to save it if you roll double six on the next roll and you don't want to start burying stuff. Of course, Hideaki finds a very strong play here. 6-5. Hideaki's going to need double sixes in order to save this. Maybe double fives, but I don't want to risk it. Yeah, looks like double six is going to be the only number to save it, and that's if Oliver doesn't roll doubles right now. Double six and only double six to save G. Can he? Oh, I saw the first one up. It was possible. But now Oliver wins a gammon. But that was a doubled gammon, so he wins
Thanks.
4 points there. Good. Oliver's happy again. You see him smiling. 10 minutes ago, no smiles. After that game, smiles. I can see why. He's feeling good again. He's been very good throughout these tournaments of like winning matches, which is very, very important, you know. Having to rely on winning the PR all the time is terrifying because you could just lose one PR, like what happened with Sebastian Wilkinson, and then, you know, he won all the matches except for one. He won one PR and won the points necessary in order to make it here. So, like, winning matches is huge, even in a PR competition like this. Which means the luck is still very much involved in this. 6-4 hits outside. This duplicates the twos that hit as well from the roof. 4-6 misses. Should he make the anchor is the question. Or should he stay for the contact? Right, and what is the race? So he's down 16 pips. So the issue he has with, of course, making the anchor is that it gives up a lot of the contact value in the position and allows white to play some of his bad numbers over his head. And when you have the better board and you're down in the race, you don't just want to make an automatic play like making the 18. We want to just consider what that does for the future of us trying to get a shot and winning that way. So, you know, only good players are ever stopping in a situation like this and going, well, what if I don't make the anchor? What happens then? What if I don't do this? I'm never just going, oh, let me just do this. What if I don't do this? Am I better off on my opponent's next roll sometimes if I choose not to make this point? This has to be a part of our thought process. Does Oliver really only have 17 seconds? Very, very good play from Hideaki. He sees that he wants to maintain the contact value. 6-3. Are we double hitting? Or yeah, I guess. I was looking at maybe just making the 3, but that left a shot anyway. So this does look better, and he gets missed. So the score is 2 away, 3 away. And this is a great roll. This gets to make both points. Does he not make both points? Did he hit? Is that right? I missed the XG feed on that one. 1-6, okay. It certainly paid. No, his PR is way up there now. Yeah, why wouldn't we just make the points? Yeah, that was a big one. And what about the cubes in these situations as well? Do we have anything here? We have everybody out. He has 3 checkers on the 24. Very, very close. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, at 2 away, 3 away leading, your opponent's take point on a cube like this, because it's a gammonless take point now, because, right, he's only 2 away from winning. He gives a 2 cube, so there are no gammons anymore. I think this is the issue sometimes with giving giving cubes at 2 away in positions where you can win gammons, is that now your gammon value is nothing, right? Because 2 points will win you the entire match. But if the cube is on 1, the 25% gammons you win were actually worth something. So you maintain value in some parts of your position by not doubling in positions that have gammons. But if you win enough games, right, your opponent's take point at 2-way, 3-way is 25% in these long race sort of situations, right? So his take point is actually higher than what it is for money, which would be like 22 in a straight race or something. But in a money game, the gammons would make it just a pass. So 4-3, difficult situation. Of course, you want to make the 5, but you're also worried about what happens if he rolls a 2. He redoubles, of course, automatically. Oliver takes the young Oliver Squire, and can he roll a 2? No, 6-3. So this just comes out, and then what, right? So 24-18 is easy. And then we go, well, what 3 am I going to play? And the 3's the hard part. So don't ask me. I'm asking you. What would you do with the 3? Someone in the crowd says he does whatever Hideaki does. That's a pretty good bet. It's a pretty good bet. Four one, okay, this is good, and the 4 just comes down, trying to make the bar. There's a blot in the board, so I'm not so worried about a 1-6, 2-5, 2-6 sort of variation, though I don't want it to happen if I'm Oliver. 5-5 fans, okay. Not ideal. Hideaki very easily winning this PR point at the moment. Can we play 13-9, 6-5 and just leave it there? I would. That's because I like winning games, and this looks like it's tougher to win the game after this play. Because you really would like to have that structure made, because then you can just start slotting the 2, and that would make life significantly easier throughout the rest of the game. Thinking through to the end. And of course, the cost is low. The blot is in board. 1-3 just slots the 4 point. Not the 4 point, the 3 point. Misspoke. Which is common. I can't help it. Though I'll try. 2-1, okay. So we go to the 8. Then play 5-4. (5-2). Yikes. Yeah. 13-8. Oh, yeah, there's no gammons in the position, so that makes sense. Okay, he does get to fill in the 2 point. This is fantastic for Oliver. Hideaki wants boxes, or 6-1 here, or 3-1, okay. He still wins quite a few games from here. 6-2. Yeah, I mean, I guess he's not going to leave a shot, I guess, but this could get awkward. Black really wants to roll a 6 to come out so they can maintain the midpoint and the contact against their 13 point, and he doesn't. He rolls 5-2. So here's the 5, and I wouldn't play to the 11, I don't think. I like maintaining the structure here just in case he rolls a 6 that isn't a 6-1. I get a shot, and I can see into the future, of course. The funny thing is if he plays 2 down, it's actually fewer shots because this is only 6s. The other play, you would get hit with all 1s and 6-6. So I could see why he chose this play, but it is 2 blots. 6-6, oh my God, this comes out, and this covers, and it comes out with everybody. Oh my gosh. With dice like these, as I say, who needs enemies? 1-2, he misses. He misses with the 1-2. That's why you have to throw the hook behind the 1-2. And this just gives double 1s, and Oliver isn't known for rolling good numbers. So what's there to be afraid of? Kidding. If anyone could do it, it's Oliver. No, 2-5. Okay, now he hits with 4s and 1s, which he wants. No, a 6-3. This is rude. Very rude. So maybe, do we slot the 7 ever? Is that just too big? I mean, I'm thinking about it. What is the race? I'm down 22 pips. I'm slotting the 7. I'm calling it. Okay, now show me the play. I'm slotting it. I'm slotting it. I'm going to pay off to 1-6, or am I nuts? Well, I'm nuts. We know this, but is it correct? Is it correct is the correct answer. So if he rolls 1-6 the other way, we'll still get like 4s and 5s from the roof if we choose not to do it, because he's going to come out with 1-6 anyway, right? Yeah, I probably would do this. Just feels safer long term. 1-6, no, 4-6, 4-6, close. I saw the 6 first. And he still misses. What kind of wizardry is this? The same kind of wizardry that gave him double 6s to begin with to get into this favorable position. And so, yes, I like this play. And now Oliver needs to roll a 1-6 for sure. No ace. Can Hideaki roll a 4? The dice gods say no, no 4 for you. No soup for you as well, if anybody gets the reference. No, 5-6. Stunning turnaround in this match, and he still can't hit him. Crazy. Teflon, that checker. Teflon. The Don, what is this? The John Gotti of checkers. Oliver still can't roll an ace, and Hideaki couldn't roll a 4. And he can't close the point either. Should he make the 7? Okay, so one of the issues with making the 7, of course, is he could leave a shot with 6-1 or 6-2 next roll. And that's why making the 7 is wrong, because he could roll a 6-1 or 6-2 and leave a direct shot. And that would be disgusting. He could also leave a direct shot with double 6s as well. Hideaki sees this because he is a genius. I see it because I have eyes. Hideaki sees it because he's a genius. I see it because I have eyes. He makes it, though. He makes it, though. And if he rolls 6-1, 6-2 next, he's going to be upset. He doesn't roll it. Okay. Does he ever consider slotting? I'm going to say no. I'm going to say just bring in the 7. It's very, very close, but there's a chance that he rolls a 1, then he rolls a 1 immediately, and then, like, that could be an issue. He could start to crack. And as we know, crack is whack. Or so I've heard. Very good play from Hideaki, of course. Oliver still can't roll a 1. He can't find one, can't buy one on Amazon at this moment. 6-1 still doesn't fill in the point. So Hideaki couldn't hit the second checker, and he can't fill in the point. I would just play 3-2 here, trying to continue to make the point. He's trying to clear the point from the rear. Double 1s, okay, so this plays 2-1, I think. We could just do this. 6-4 twice. This is what I was first considering, actually. This would have been my play. This is the other play. He finds the play that beats mine by 0.001. Rude. Double 2s would have allowed Oliver to get in, so on this roll, for sure, he gains. Double 5s rips all 4 off. Okay, now he's praying that Oliver rolls a 6 or a 5 and just gets out of his hair. And he does roll a 5, and this match is almost over. I would say that if anyone else was rolling the dice besides Oliver Squire, but 2-1, okay, this is where it begins. Can we get a boxes followed by another boxes, please? This is what it's going to take. 4-3, no. The computer says Oliver has 0%. They've never met Oliver before. 5-1, okay, it looks like 0%. Does Oliver only have 1 second left? It would be funny if he has 0% to just lose on time. And for comedy, and for the sake of comedy, if you actually have 0%, if you lose on time, you lose nothing in the PR, it would be hilarious, right? So, in my opinion, that's a mistake. You should lose on time. Just for the lulz. And Hideaki wins the match and wins the PR, taking down 2 points in round 1. Fantastic for Hideaki. This is the start that he needs in order to make it to the finals. And a Hideaki versus an Ixiska final would be crazy. So yeah, that's the end of that one. And we're going to have the second match coming up pretty soon. I know they just finished and are going to need a break. The other match is still going on. And it'd be interesting to kind of find out what plays they thought were interesting. But since the other match is going on in the room, we're going to leave them alone for a little bit. I'm sure they're going to want to have a break. We'll talk to the players later. My name is Justin Knoll. Thank you all for tuning in today. Please smash the like button. Subscribe to the Backgammon Galaxy YouTube channel. We will be back in a moment with the second match. And that is that. Wow. Crazy stuff in this backgammon game. It looked like Oliver was going to win that. And then he rolled double six, which allowed him to hit and extract all three checkers and cover. So up next on table one, we have Marc Olsen, CEO of Backgammon Galaxy, versus Hideaki Ueda, the player who we just saw play like a 2 PR in this match against the young Oliver Squire. So what were the results? What were the results in this match over here? Let me go check. See what's happening over on stream 2. Michi won. Who won the PR? We don't know the PR. Okay. Yeah. I don't know the PR either for your match. No. No, listen, if someone knows, but we'll probably know before the start of the next one. Who do you think won the PR?
I have a suspicion that Michi.
Really? Okay. So that would be 2 points for him if true.
It would be 2 points.
Okay, well, Hideaki won 2 points over here for sure.
Oh, wow. Okay. Are you live? You're live.
Still live.
We're live. We're still live. Yes. So Hideaki is
This is stream 1 talking to stream 2. Stream 2, come in.
stream 2. So Hideaki has won 2 points against Oliver.
Take a short break here. We'll be back in a moment. Yeah, and it was the sickest last game, by the way. Double sixes to come out with 3 checkers and cover, and then Oliver Squire couldn't roll an ace to save his life. But I will see you guys back in a few minutes. Have a good one. By the way, when I say have a good one, don't leave. I will be right back.
When did they play the second game?
Like 10, 15 minutes probably.
Is that all?
Yeah.
And Justin, it's cool when you said somewhere from the crowd that said whatever he did.
Was that you?
It's only one person in the crowd.
Okay. They don't know that.
I don't know that. But not a bad response.
Marin Rose, I see you in the chat saying round 2 was supposed to start at 12:15. Well, round 1 didn't finish till after 12:15. So that would have been impossible to do. And notice, of course, the players need a break in between the rounds, of course. So why don't we just say that the schedule is more of a guideline instead of a rule? Yeah, definitely more of a guideline instead of a rule. So we will be following it loosely. And let's just say that nothing is set in stone around these parts. The players need breaks. I need breaks. I also need some sunlight. But, you know, I just got back from Menorca.
Yeah.
Feeling quite refreshed. And you can see that now we have the start of round 2. We have Hideaki Ueda, who won 2 points last round against Oliver Squire. He won the match and won the PR. And he will be playing the CEO of Backgammon Galaxy, Marc Olsen, of course, author of many different backgammon books, some of which can be found on Amazon, some of which can be found on the Backgammon Galaxy webshop. I have all of his books, I'm pretty sure, except for maybe the beginner's books, because I was advanced as a player when they came out, but I hear they're very, very good. So feel free to check those out. And this should be fairly competitive, I think. I don't know how Marc played PR-wise in the previous match, but Michi did win the match. So I don't know how many points he has, but I know for sure Hideaki has 2. 4-2, not ideal. So I guess we enter with the 4 and just lift the blot. We can anticipate being attacked, so having multiple blots in the outfield, not great. 2-1 makes the 5 point. This is fantastic. Nice early advantage here for Marc, who is on the bottom here. 5-3 makes the advanced anchor, and the 5 can come down. I like this. The advanced anchor is more important than just making the 3-point or something like that, because 4-2, right? That's a good refutation. If you didn't make the anchor, you'd be on the roof behind even better structure now, and now you're just doing fine. Here I would play 8-3 or something. This looks better than 13-8, because I'm just thinking about the theory of distribution, which is something that has to be considered quite a lot. Is just the distribution theory in these situations. What is going to look good and play more flexibly as the game goes on, right? I say things like distribution theory. Is there a proper theory of distribution? Yes, for sure. Everyone considers it at this level. JBL Mochi in the chat. GG in the chat. Jesper's out there. Marin, Rose, nice to see you all today. If you guys wouldn't mind smashing the like button, subscribing to the Backgammon Galaxy YouTube channel, it helps the algorithm. And of course, as you know, we all serve the algorithm nowadays. If the algorithm doesn't like you, the universe doesn't like you. And if the universe doesn't like you, you're basically dead. (6-2), and this slots both inner board points. I like this play. Just preparing to make a board. 3-1 just makes the inner board point. He was thinking about potentially finding a way to leave, but 3-1 didn't allow it. 6-2 covers both points, and now he's ready. Now white can't really consider leaving without doubles, I think. But it depends on the roll. I mean, oh my gosh, double 6s for the Marc Olsen. And here we just come down to the 8, I think. We could go to the 7. Both might be close. Is it going to be a pass regardless? No, maybe not, due to the flexibility of the position being kind of poor. 6-2 does not look good. What's the race here? He's down 20 pips, so he's going to double for sure next roll. Your race lead alone is going to be good enough for that. Your position is fairly flexible as well. So this just looks like a double, and the take is a bit harder because the 5's open. But you're only down 18 pips, so you can take on the merit of the race as well. And 5-4, I don't think we volunteer here. Because we have flexibility in our position, it doesn't look like it's necessary. And black might roll something that forces them to break their 13-point next roll, so we don't ever have to leave a direct shot in some variations. But we can see the value of the position has gone down quite a bit because Marc's flexibility's been hurt, which increases the likelihood he gets a shot. And here we just play 2 down, I think. I don't think we can do anything different. Anything different feels a bit bad. We can see that it's close to play 8-4, 6-1, just because it keeps contact against the 13. And because his flexibility is so bad, that's why it's so close. But it does hurt your ability to contain if you ever get a shot and hit it later, which of course is an issue. Andreas Bones in the chat. I don't know if I pronounced your last name correctly, but I'm trying. Yes, they play round robin. There'll be 6 matches today, 6 matches tomorrow, 1 point awarded for the match win, 1 point awarded for the PR win. And they just play a pure round robin format. They're going to play all 3 of the other players in the first 3 rounds and all 3 of the other players in the next 3 rounds, and they'll do the same thing tomorrow as well. So 4s and 3-1 will hit. Does he roll a 4? No, he doesn't. He rolls double 1s. I think we should just go to the 5. It's better for the race. Better than having a gap in your position later on if this ever turns into a race. 6-2, okay. And he just slots the ace point. Don't want to leave a shot here. And now you can think about if he rolls a large enough number coming off of the 21, but he doesn't. So I guess he can just play down with 1 and in. The aces, if he hits, might not cover, so he can stay for the contact. I think it takes too much pressure off of him by playing 2 down. 6-2, and he gets a shot. Now he's just looking to see if he gives more or less shots by playing to the 5 or by playing 2 down. And I would probably just play to the 5 and just give him aces and 9s from the roof. So 11 direct numbers plus 6-3, 5-4, double 3s. This is 11 direct numbers plus what? Yeah, it's probably a very similar number of shots, but more blots. 4-2 misses. So we got the shot, but couldn't capitalize on it with a hit. Both players are playing under a 1 right now. Both players are playing under 0.5 right now, actually. Double 2s. Six 1 just takes 2 off. 3-2 just runs off the anchor. Of course, we're not going to be breaking the board. And 4-1, okay. Do we just clear the 6 point here, or do we just take a checker off? I can see that it's close. I don't want to hit and take the checker off. The problem with that, of course, is that black might roll an ace, which would increase the contact value in the situation without really improving the number of gammons you're going to win by very much. So he just takes the checker off without hitting because he wants to keep his opponent on the 4. That way he wins fewer games by contact. Chris Bray in the chat. Nice to see you guys. 2-2. Guess we just rip all 4 off, scare him a bit that he might lose a gammon. That's what I normally would do in a situation like this, is just want to scare the guy. I want to scare him a little bit. Let him think he could lose a G if he sticks around a little bit too long. This happened in the last match as well. But Marc makes the safer play. The play that doesn't leave a shot with double 6s or double 5s. But he could still leave a shot with 6-2, which he doesn't roll. 3-2, 2 off. 5-1, now he's forced to leave. 6-5. All right, it looks like Hideaki should be able to save the gammon here. If he doesn't roll something small. 5-4, okay, that saves the G. No doubt about it. 6-4. And if he doesn't roll a 6 here and he's forced to take a checker off, I would not take a... Oh, no, you have to take a checker off this roll because he has 4 left. And he could lose a gammon. But if he had 5 left, I wouldn't take a checker off because it earns you an extra decision in a situation like this. But that's for the super nerds who play for PR. Which might be me. It might be them. It might be you as well. We don't know. Yeah, the PR is pretty crazy, but the decisions weren't difficult for players of this caliber in that last game. I don't think they had ridiculously tough choices to make, and when we have tough choices, that we always have the opportunity to go wrong, of course. Double 5s looks really strong. I think I just blitz, make the 3, make the 1. If he doesn't enter, cube, of course, running around. Wow, Marc finds this better play. He's looking at it because it gets hit back the least. Nice play for Marc. Marc playing very strong right now. I guess we just make the anchor here. Your opponent has the 1 point made, so having the 23 is pretty good. You don't want to start getting blitzed off the board. I liked 13-10 better than slotting the 5, but I can see that he's trying to do some sort of duplication with the 4 here. So now he's got a real decision about whether or not he wants to hit or make the inner board point. Can see that hitting's better, but it's not so easy. It's probably easy, actually. Is he just lifting this checker? That's hard for me. I would probably play 13-10, to be honest, but I can see the value in this, though. It's still hard for me to do. Of course, it saves here, where he would have been hit. Now he's not going to be hit anymore. Hideaki plays the correct 6 down. 3-1 just makes the 5 point. Five 4 hits outside. Very good roll. And now there's quite a few rolls from the roof that are going to hit back on the midpoint. He's got to think about the cube here. The 2s are duplicated and you're up 2 points in the match, so this might slow you down a bit. The fact that you could hit and they could just enter an anchor as well is also a pretty big swing in their favor. And then also you have all these variations where you enter and do nothing. You don't hit, you don't anchor. And he plays this variation instead of just hopping out, which could go very wrong if your opponent enters, but he doesn't. And now I would probably pass. And I guess the question is it too good then? Because there's 2s and 3s that hit that blot there. There's a 2 that hits here. 6s and 4s cover. So the pass is clear. And I guess he's just deciding whether or not he thinks it's too good to double. Meaning he thinks the value is higher by not doubling than it would be to double, knowing that he's just going to pass and only pay him 1. Yeah, it's fine. 3-5 gets to hit and make the 8 point. And this next roll is very critical. He enters and anchors and hits. Seems like a pretty good thing to do. And now Marc has absolutely nothing and is regretting the decision to play on, though correct it was. 5-6 is a funny number. I would just play 13-7 instead of playing 8-2, maybe. But 8-2 has value, of course, because there's another blot in the outfield. And it doesn't leave a double shot, not a double direct at least. But a part of me feels really funny about playing 8-2. Tough decision. Of course, you gain on all the fanning numbers, but maybe you don't get worried about getting hit with a random 3, and 2-1 is not great. Would have much preferred to roll a 5 or something else like it. Very tough play here. I can see the value of the other play, but it's definitely hard to not hit the checker that's sitting there. And double 5s, okay, so what is the race after the play? We're going to be down 9 pips. We can't cover the bar point, so I think the best I can do is start off by making the 3, and then think about what I want to do with the other ones. I could make the 1, which seems reasonable. It could keep my opponent on the roof more often if they roll some combination of 1, 3, or 6. I also have 5 checkers there, which seems like I want to unstack. But we do this in order. We make the 3 first, then he makes the 1 and just hopes to not get hit. 4-1, okay. I like coming up to the 20 like this. Seems good. And on the next roll, what do we have? An 8. Not great. $5-3 to run. Okay, this duplicates the 2s. That's actually quite nice. I do like this play. Does play with 2 blots if he does roll a 2, but he doesn't. He would gain a lot if he's able to make the bar here. Just wants a 6 or a 7. A 7 gets to make it. Cleans up the blot, makes a new point. Nice little landing spot for some of his 6s as the rest of the game goes by. But of course, he just wants a big double to get those checkers out and around the board. 6-5. Are we slotting the deuce here? It seems like the only play that doesn't leave a shot. 3-1 goes to the 2 point. All right, 13-7 and maybe 3-2 I would choose. This seems okay as well. The only reason why I would choose 3-2 is just so I could have both spares on the 7 and the 6. But this play is better that he chose. 5-3. This is the simple algorithm here. We're just waiting, right? Just trying to build a board, seeing who's going to break first. Right, 5-4. We just cover the point, break by breaking the 7. You could also break the 6 to do it. Not break the 6, but use one of the spare checkers on the 6 to do it and play 6-1. But I think the computer likes having the additional spare checkers there in case white rolls off to just hit loose with an ace on the 5 point. Just deciding whether or not it's better to use the checkers on the 7 or the checkers on the 6 to cover the deuce. We can see it's very close, so it's hard to decide which way you want to go and why. I think also, you know, maybe there's fewer shot leaving numbers next roll. If you roll maybe like 3-2 or something, maybe it plays a little bit better next roll. Maybe there's just some numbers that play a little bit better on your next roll. So this play is better not just for this roll, but for your next roll as well. There are some numbers that play a bit better. And 4-2. Okay. Playing safe for now. Our opponent's board is too strong to give him anything, and he might have to leave us something now. So he's going to likely run off the 20. I know you don't love doing it, but when our opponent's board gets weaker, what else are you really going to do? Are we going to break our board? No. Are we just going to play 13-7 and leave a double shot that way? No. So we just come out. We just face the music and face the contact and see what's going to happen, because our board is our defense here. You know, he hits us, maybe he hits us back. Maybe he just rolls a 6 that leaves us a shot, right? Maybe we come out and he rolls 6-1. Maybe he rolls 6-3, 6-4, 6-5, and we gain tremendously in those variations there. If Marc makes any of these other plays besides coming off the anchor, he's going to be making a tremendous mistake, actually. You know, when our opponent gets weak and his board starts to crunch, the threat of getting hit on the 20 goes down by a lot. And so even though we hate getting rid of the 20-point anchor, this just looks worse, because now he can hit us and the consequences for them are less. Yeah, that was a big one. That was a doozy. But he gets missed. And this is like the worst possible roll to miss with, right? We have to just come off the anchor, and now he's going to hit us loose on the 4-point, and anytime, maybe we just get the cube after we run off, right? And that's what stinks about this, is that you run off and you just get the cube. You play down, you just get the cube. You look left, you get the cube. You look right, you get the cube. You look up, you look down, the cube. Anywhere you look, the cube is coming. And then you have to decide whether or not you're staying or going. And so which play is going to allow you to find a take? So after running, you're going to be up in the race, and your opponent might not roll a number that hits. And if they hit, you might roll a 4. So I guess if you're planning on taking the variation that allows you to win the most, not just get gammon the least, right? People think they go, okay, well, at least I don't get gammon, I have this anchor. But, like, you know, if you win the game, you also don't get gammon. This is also good. So even though he hates running off the anchor, what other path forward do we have towards winning? Because if we play down, what do we do then next? What are we doing next? What about the step after that, right? And we can see that if we get away with this, there's an actual path towards victory. And if we did something else, it was just double pass. Here, you can take. But of course, Marc doubles, and the take is the hard part, of course, right? I mean, you are up 6 pips, but you do have some wastage. Anytime they hit loose and you fan, of course, you've lost. So this take is not easy. I, of course, have the benefit of the computer, which I'm trying not to look at before I comment, which is why I'm wrong sometimes. Not an easy take, but, you know, we're looking through the numbers where we could be doing well, right? Of course, anytime he rolls a number that hits, you could roll a 4, and that's huge. There's also some 6s, right? 6-2, 6-3 doesn't hit. We could also say that, I don't know. It's too tough to go through all the numbers right now. But let's just say there are numbers that don't hit. Obviously, all the aces are going to hit loose. All the 5s are going to hit loose. All the 7s are going to hit loose. This AI coach, whatever it's saying here, it's kind of being cut off. It's a bit big for the stream there. I think it needs to be shrunk a little bit. Certainly a very tricky cube and could be a very costly decision for one player if he chooses to pass this. It feels like walking on a tightrope when you're playing in a competition like this, knowing that like your opponent just might not be making any mistakes, and if you make the first one, it could really set you back a long way, and Hideaki decides to pass. Very, 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 very tough. None of these decisions like this are easy when you can just see all of the futures where your opponent is doing really, really well, and you're just hunting for enough sequences where you're doing well as well. And that was tough, you know. If he takes it, of course, he could just lose. But in a competition like this, like maybe in like a normal match, maybe in the World Championship, that's just a smart pass, right? Maybe it's just a smart pass because winning the match is the only thing that's important, and you just don't want to have anything to do with it. But in a spot like this, if he knew it was a take, he would take. But being able to figure that out over the board is the tough part. And I don't know what Marc's going to roll in order to take this besides 4-3 and maybe 3-2. You cube anyway. Cube anyway. Maybe he can take this, but it's not fun, I'll tell you that. The cube should be coming. You're trailing. There's a blot, and this could even out the PR race if he decides to pass, because this is not easy. You rolled a roll just good enough to take, but will you take it? Because you were thinking before the roll that you were just going to pass. Marc takes. Savage. Absolute savage. 3-2. Do you make the 4-point, or do you play down and slot the 4? Notice the first play I'm thinking of is not just 13-8, because I'm trying to take advantage of the fact that my board is really good and theirs is not so great. And there's another blot in the outfield. And also, if I just make it, I mean, look at Hideaki is looking at this play immediately. My play of just making it is a 1% error. I can live with that. Hideaki can't. Oh, and he does the 4th best one here. Yeah, I mean, we have tactics in our favor here when it comes to making a larger play than normal. And one of the nice things about the computer's play is that what aces is he going to feel comfortable hitting you with, right? 1-2, 1-3, 1-4. I guess 1-2 is fine. Gets to make the 11. But it just leaves a bunch of liabilities around the board when he hits you. 5-4 hops off due to him being up in the race, and a 2 blot on the board. Everything points towards this play. And 6-5 can hit, but that looks very costly because you have absolutely nothing, and your opponent's board is very strong. So look at this. I mean, this play probably wins more games, but at what cost at the score? Holding a cube. You can see that it wins more, but our opponent gets to roll. We could just cover. We could just cover. This is tough because you can see hitting wins. Hitting likes to win. Winning is good. But sometimes not losing gammon is also very, very nice when you're leading. You don't want to give your opponent 4 points and be a dog in the match after this game, which could seriously happen if he rolls a 2 from the roof. We have 322 people viewing right now, which is great. Please, please, I'm just asking you very kindly from the bottom of my heart, to me to you, please, please smash the like button. Please. It's good for the algorithm. It's good for my job and me being hired to do these things again. The more likes, the more... oh, and he rolls boxes. He gets paid for it. Sick. It's not over yet. He needs to cover first. The 6 covers. The 6 must cover. I know you want to hop out. Hopping out seems nice, but you want to cover first and then make the 11 point. This is good. Once you decide to cover first, making the 11 is clear. And he rolls double 6s again. Oh, my goodness. That is rude. Very, very rude. Marc will never be giving this cube back. 3-1. Okay, so after fanning twice, Hideaki is owed a 4-4 or 5-3 from the roof. He's owed it. 2-6. That is the wrong 8. The worst 8. The one that keeps you on the roof. And Marc is thinking about it, but don't be thinking about stuff like this. Thinking about stuff like this will put you out of the competition. You can't think about things like this. You can't think about re-cubes when you're leading up 3-0, holding a 2 cube, giving your opponent a 4 cube that they'll automatically redouble you to 8. Does he roll a number now? Okay, well, at least he enters and hits. He enters and hits. This is actually a very good roll. Just 3 rolls too late, of course. Now their PRs are almost tied. Marc rolls 4-6, and what do you do here? Do you just come out? I think you have to come. Can you just come out? You have to just come out, right? Because if you don't, he can just attack you on the 4-point and cover the 3. There's tons of blots anyway. At least if you get away with this, you've gotten away with something, you know? There's no point in trying to rob the bank if you can't keep the money, right? Here, you can actually keep the money if you get away with this. Does he roll a 5? He rolls a 5, and it's a double hitter. The G's are back on unless Marc rolls a 3. The G's are back on unless Marc rolls a 3. He doesn't roll a 3, and he's still on the roof, and now 3s and 4s hit outside. He's got 4s, 5s, and 3s that cover. 6-2 makes the 1 point on his head. Okay, that's like pretty good. I'm not re-rolling. 4-3 enters with both. Sick. Can he point on him again? He can. He can. Does he make the point on his head? Does he hit outside? I like the point-making play on his head. And of course we make the 4 because the 4 is better than the 3. Our distribution is better afterwards. Of course, Hideaki makes the best play. He's a genius. And can Marc anchor? No! Boxes! Oh no! Oh no! You can see the pain and the strife in his face. And double 6s makes the 2. And what are we doing now? Are we playing 2 down? I like this. This puts pressure on him. This puts pressure on him for sure. Now, if he doesn't roll a 3, he is super dead. Not just regular dead, super dead. And he rolls gently to make sure he rolls a pointing number, of course. Anytime you want to roll a specific number, you have to roll gently. Remember that. 4-2 misses, so we just play 13-7. I think. Yeah, this looks fine. He doesn't need the other checker. He already has 2 on the roof, and there's still 5 in the outfield, so he's going to win a bunch of gammons. There's no doubt about it. 5 in, 6 off. And now he wants to not roll anything with an ace here. Yeah, good roll. As long as he doesn't leave a shot, he's going to win a gammon. So he's just trying to avoid rolling small numbers. This leaves him a little bit awkward. Not like super awkward, but big doubles could leave a shot. 6s, 5s, 4s, 3s. No, 3-2 is perfect. And he enters, and the gammon is lost. And we have... I'm calling it now. The gammon is lost. And we have a new match leader. We can see on Marc's face he is none too pleased. Because you're never sure if you're winning the PR point, especially against Hideaki Ueda. You just kind of think that maybe you're going to lose the PR point. And that just means you really, really, really have to win the match. And that means you really, really, really have to win the match. And when you see the match slipping away like this, you're just thinking, oh, I could lose 2 points here. And we can see, if we look at the computer, that is exactly what's happening. Of course, it's not over for Marc. The score will be 3-away, 4-away. And at 3-away, 4-away, I believe that's like 57-43 as far as like match-winning chances are concerned for the leader. So he's not like a huge edge or something, but you had a huge edge, and now it's gone. You couldn't anchor, and now you're a dog. But Marc, of course, is still playing really well. Hideaki Ueda is playing a little bit better. But the night is still young. We will see how the rest of this match goes, but I can feel the momentum shift there. 6-4 just enters with 1. Of course, the 3-away player will not be doubling the 4-away player in these gammonish situations here. The other way around, though, the 4-away player will certainly be doubling the 3-away player in gammonish situations. The person with the 4-away score gains more from a doubled gammon win on a 2-cube, of course, because that, if they win 4 points at 4-away, that will win them the entire match, so that's clearly a good thing. 5-3 makes the outside point, making the 10 seems reasonable. It's another blocking point. It cleans up the blot. It does a bunch of stuff. All Marc wants to do is cover the 5 point. Will the dice gods allow him to do so? No, but he gets to make the 3 if he wants. I know making the 3 is a bit deep since you're in this double anchor game, so maybe it's not something you want to do. Wow, and it's actually a blunder. Crazy. Yeah, with the double anchor game, I guess you're just looking for a way to time it, but that is super, super tough. Yeah, we could play 2 down. We could slot the 4. I like Marc slotting the 4 play. No double yet. 6-3 makes the bar. This is an improvement for sure. Having the bar blocks the checkers on the 24, and you're not worried about getting hit with the 6, and this covers and slots the 5. I don't think he wants to double yet either, though of course these would likely be doubles for money, but this is not a money situation as the 3-away player. 3-away player needs to be a bit more cautious about giving cubes, especially cubes when your opponent still has good winning chances, because of the recube vig. You know, you don't want to be facing a 4 cube, essentially, right? You don't want to be getting a 4 cube back, because that 4 cube kills all your gammons. But he's thinking, but he must know that his opponent has a double anchor game. He has winning chances, but he sees that he probably doesn't have the time to like play this. So he's thinking maybe my winning chances are higher and then I could be getting close to a cube, but I would wait personally. Hideaki also decides to wait, of course, in 5-3. Difficult decision. You'd like to make the 3, but also you're not sure about wanting to leave the blot there. You know, but I guess we're gauging, you know, what is the cost of getting hit? What if he does roll a 6? What does it look like afterwards? Will he be able to get those checkers off the 24 in time? Or is he just breaking an asset of his, right? And this play does seem very reasonable, so I won't be surprised if he makes it, but I think Hideaki will make the better play because he is a favorite to do so. Nice play from Hideaki. Not easy. 4-2 misses, but makes the board. You know, I'm never sure in this situation if I'm like happy if I roll a 6. Am I happy if I roll a 6 if I don't know if I should be hitting or not? It could just be a blunder trap rolling a 6 in a situation like this. So I'm sure, you know, a part of him is like, okay, well, I didn't roll a 6. I might not win the game, but at least I have an easier decision. And that's the kind of sick thinking that can happen in a PR competition, where sometimes you're just happy you don't have a tough decision. James Newman in the chat. Nice to see you. David Starn in the chat. Startin, sorry. Thank you all for tuning in today. If you guys wouldn't mind smashing the like button. I know I say this frequently, but I have to continue to say it because it's not getting smashed as much as I'd like, so please do so. We must not forget to feed the algorithm likes and thumbs up, so, you know, it has a healthy ego. It needs to know that it's being appreciated. Still not a double. He does cube, gets it over with. You know, in these situations, you're kind of worried that you're missing cubes. And so sometimes you double even though you're not sure if it's a double or not, just because you think you might have missed a cube for 2, 3, 4 rolls prior. And you're like, well, if I'm missing cubes, maybe I should just double so I don't have to worry about missing cubes anymore. And if there's a chance Marc could pass this, this is a fantastic cube because Marc sees he can't time this game. Thank you, Mop Up says. I just smashed the like button. Very nice. I appreciate it. So do you think Marc will take or pass? 1, if you think he will take, put it in the chat. 2, if you think he'll pass. Do you think he'll take or do you think he'll pass? 1, if you think he will take. 2, if you think he will pass. Get it in quickly before he makes his decision. Marc has plenty of time. 1, if you think he'll take. 2, if you think he'll pass. I mean, he sees that he can't really time this game. So it is certainly not an easy decision. The 3-away score is what makes me think that he will find the take, so I'm going to put the 1 in there. But I'm starting to see some 2s. I see some 1s. What do you think? 1 if you think he'll take. 2 if you think he'll pass. Somebody wrote the word take instead of doing the number thing. That person lives by their own rules. We see a bunch of 2s. It's about even, actually, right now. No, some more 1s. Marc takes it correctly, of course. Nice play by Marc Olsen there. That could have hurt his PR chances by a lot passing that there. And here, maybe he just plays 13-8. Giving the ace shot because you're not so worried about getting hit. Yeah, you see, this is the double anchor strategy. You're in this game now that you've taken, so you don't care if he rolls an ace and hits you. It might actually help you. Now, in back games, getting hit might help. But in normal life, getting hit never helps. Maybe that's not true. Sometimes getting hit will teach you a lesson about how not to talk to people in public situations. You better mind your business. 6-4, okay. So I guess we'll go to the 3. This gives Marc 9s. 6-3, 5-4. But, like, those don't just instantly win either. But he certainly will take it. 5-3 doesn't do it, so 5-3 slots the deuce. And maybe just goes to the 6, playing for the pure structure. So he just wants to basically play an ace point game, which is what is likely to happen. He's going to be happy to kind of hop off his 21-point anchor at some point and just fall into an ace point game. So this is what he has to do and just makes this. And just hopes he can't fill in the 4 and hopes he can't fill in the 2. I mean, if he can't fill in the 4, Marc has winning chances. Good ones. But he does, and he rolls double 2s to do it. And even if he rolls 2-6 here, his game still stinks. 2, 5. 1-6 just makes the point. And if Hideaki just wins the match here, he's going to be winning the PR as well. There won't be many tough decisions for him unless he gets a shot in the future. Double 6 doesn't move. I'm not sure. If Marc enters, he'll get more decisions, which will help his PR. But if he doesn't enter, he'll increase the likelihood he wins because his timing is pretty poor. He could leave a shot immediately. Double 5s does leave a shot immediately. And if Marc can roll a 4, oh my gosh, it's a redouble already. It is a redouble already. So what is his take point on a 4 cube? That's the real question. So if he passes, score will be 2 away, 3 away. 60-40. If he takes and loses, so his take point is his take point 40% at the score? If his take point is 40% at the score, then I think you can find the cube here. His take point on the 4 cube might be 40%. And if his take point is 40%, then you might be able to find the cube here. You're not really risking much because if you lose, you're going to be in a bad spot anyway. But if you hit, look how strong your board is. You could actually win. Massive swing. This is one of the issues with giving an initial cube at 3 away, 4 away, is that your opponent's recube, your take point on a recube is really, really, really high. Because when he redoubles, he's redoubling for the match on both sides, so his take point is 40% here, which is crazy. Let's go, Marc. Let's go, Marc. Let's find this cube. He knows. I mean, he stops. He's just evaluating the situation. He knows what his take point is, or what his opponent's take point is at the score. Let's go, Marc. And, of course, this is an easy take. Easy take. He just wants to wait until the universe says he's not going to roll a 4. And he misses 5-1, just slots the ace. But he's not out of the woods yet. I mean, he could leave another shot and another shot, right? 6-1 is perfect. Takes the checker off and remakes the point. He wants to hop out here, but at least he doesn't crunch his board. But 6-4, 5-4, I mean, I don't want to speak those rolls into existence, but they do exist. Double 4s doesn't leave a shot, though. That is one of the good 4s. May the 4s be with you, as they say. 5-5. 1, 2, 3, 4. Bring it in. Bring it in. Just bring it in. You don't need to come off your anchor. You can't lose a gammon. The guy could roll 2-1 or double 1s. 5-2, a perfect number. Leaves him even on the outside. Now he might have to run off if he rolls a 6. He's not going to break his board, so he has to do this and just cover. Remember, breaking your board is for fish. Why not cover? I don't see the upside of not covering. This is the issue that I have with this. Not that it's some like massive mistake or something, but like what do you gain from not covering? I think what he's thinking about is like maybe having a fishing expedition later. He gets a shot and he might need 2 checkers. So having the 1 point open might benefit him in that situation where then he rolls an ace and maybe can get another checker out. Okay, I can see where he's coming from there then. I just had to put myself in his shoes for a moment, and then I thought about it for a little bit longer and saw where he thought upside was coming from. But it's all such a long shot anyway, it barely matters. 5-5, okay. Now the Coupe Classique might happen because there's an odd number of checkers on the deuce point, so he'll have to stick around forever and a day. Do you want to roll the ace now or do you want to roll the ace later? The ace comes now. And Marc needs a 1 or he is super dead. 1 or double 2s would be hilarious. No, 5-3. And Hideaki Ueda wins the match and wins the PR point. So far, 2 matches of 12 have been played, and Hideaki Ueda has won the match and the PR in both of them, which is a great start. Fantastic start for him. Great match, good decisions in this one. Thank you all for tuning in today. Of course, we have another match coming up. It says now, but that's obviously not true. So let's give us another 10, 15 minutes. We'll be back. Of course, the other match is still being played in the other room. So, of course, we can't start because they'll be playing one of those players, the players that are playing now. So, I think our next match is going to be maybe Marc versus Oliver, if I'm thinking correctly, or maybe Michi will be on this stream versus one of the guys. I'm not sure who hasn't played yet. Who's coming up next, Bill?
Hideaki.
Oh my gosh. Strong one coming up next.
Championship.
It is Michi versus Hideaki coming up next on this stream. They changed the... Oh, that's the current time, not the time the next round's going to be started. Interesting. So I think people are reading that as when the next round might start, or that's how I'm reading it. But now that I know, they know, and now we can know together. There you go. So we'll probably start, I'm not sure when. Of course, the players, after they finish their next match, are also going to need a break. And then we'll start then. But it's good to know we're going to have Michi versus Hideaki Ueda on stream 1 coming up next. So I look forward to that. Thank you for the compliment. 6-1 to Oliver on the other match. Very cool. Do we have the PRs from the first match yet? Or second from the other guys?
No.
Okay. Okay. Do we know if someone's doing it?
Yes.
Okay, cool. All right, cool. Well, I'll be back in a little bit. Thank you all for tuning in. Please smash the like button. Let's get this number up there. We would all very much appreciate it here at the Backgammon Galaxy team. Thank you all, and I will see you guys in a bit.
How did Michi and Marc share the points in the first match?
We haven't gotten the file back yet.
Who won the match?
Michi.
How much?
How are you?
Did you get any result?
They're running right now.
Okay. For the first round?
I have Michi Mark. Michi Mark is running, and Olsen Hideaki is, yeah, don't touch this computer because it can, we're running a heavy batch analysis.
All right, we are back. We are live here from Monaco. And we are going to be starting round 3 any minute now with Michihito Kageyama versus Hideaki Ueda. Hideaki Ueda has been on stream 1, I think, for, I don't know, every match so far. And so we know exactly where he is. He's won 4 points. He's won 2 match points and 2 PR points, so I'm not sure if anyone else has matched that yet. We're getting PR updates as we go, and I'm sure there'll be a spreadsheet with these numbers by lunchtime, and then we'll continue to update them by the numbers as we go along. So certainly by the end of lunch, we should have all of these 3 matches that have been played done. So thank you all for tuning in today. If you guys wouldn't mind smashing the like button and subscribing to the Backgammon Galaxy YouTube channel.
And actually,
Here are our players. We have Michihito Kageyama and Hideaki Ueda. It's funny, Marc Olsen, I think, on average right now is playing like a 2.3 and has lost both PRs. So that's pretty crazy.
This is clock education day for you, Michi.
yeah, definitely.
That caused it.
Imagine averaging a 2.3 and losing both PRs. That's pretty rude.
Okay, so
Pretty
I guess
rude.
you've never played with a Tempest clock?
I'm not sure how Oliver's
Yeah.
PR was in the last match to see if he can make up for what happened in the first match that they ended up playing. But it looks like they're starting over there, and it looks like after Tara is done conversing with Michi that we will get this started. I think maybe they're just explaining the clock,
Okay, no, it's working.
as I can see some things moving clockwise on their side.
Hmm.
Don't worry, if you need help,
So this is not connected with the World Championship. This is its own separate tournament. This is the 2026 Contender playoffs. So each one of these players that are playing right now won their own regional tournament. Michi won the
Right.
regional tournament for the USA when he was there in San Antonio, Texas. Hideaki Ueda won the Japanese tournament, or the Asian tournament. Marc Olsen won the tournament in Istanbul. And there was another tournament recently, just a few weeks ago in Stockholm, that Oliver Squire won, beating Sebastian Wilkinson in the finals on points, which was absolutely crazy. Double 3 steps up, and then maybe we make the 10 point. 10 point better than the 5 point, since we're making something new instead of switching points. And in this format, you get 1 point for a match win and 1 point for the PR win. The PR is the performance rating, or how well you played compared to perfect play, which is what we think the computer plays, or what we're judging our play off of, is what we think the computer's best play would be. 3-1 just makes the 5. These are easy plays. Double 2's okay. So this just makes the 9 point, I think. Creates a new blocking point in front of Black's back anchor. They can't do anything about cleaning up the blot, which is not ideal, but nothing I can do about it. 3-1 just makes the bar, maybe. Seems like another good blocking point in front of White's back checkers. Even if they hit us, there's going to be a lot of return shots from the roof. Five, okay. So this comes down. This other one comes down. And I guess we have to make the 1 for a lack of a better thing to do. People are saying the sound is fine. That's fantastic. Jesper Carlson, nice to see you. Future Primitive. The clock is under or then above their pictures, by the way. So if you want to see the clock and the pip count, just look over at their pictures and you can see the pip count and the clock there. The information from the clock is being relayed to the digital overlay that we have on the screen here. So black fend and white is thinking about doubling. I think this is a very easy take because you might not roll a 6, by the way, and I have an anchor. And if you don't roll a 6 and I enter, you could be in trouble. And even if you roll a 6, it's not the end of the world for me. 2-5. Is this what we're doing here? This seems kind of big. Is it that desperate? Is it that desperate? We need to do something like this. I don't know, but this is the first big decision. I didn't even look at a play like this, so that's why I'm a bit like, oh, like, should we even do this? I didn't even, you know, why would I want to get rid of my my 4 prime? It doesn't feel that desperate. I guess he's committed or thinking about being committed to entering with the 2, in which case, you know, there's no way to clean it up with the 5 anyway. This is the only way to clean it up and not leave a shot otherwise, by entering high and just playing 9-7, which is the computer's recommended play, and Michi finds it. 5-3, I think, is just going to hit loose on the 5 point. We don't want black to just roll, and it's going to be difficult to bring this game home without the 5 point, so we must incur some risk at some point. Neil Kazaros in the chat. Nice to see you. Michi really needs to roll a 5 here, and a 5 and a 1. Fantastic. I'm going to make the better anchor instead of playing 6-5, I think. Oh my gosh, and 6-5 is the best play. Doing the other one is a massive blunder. Massive, massive blunder. Wow. Oh, and Michi puts it back and finds the better play. Fantastic. 1-5 is atrocious. Atrocious. We can see that with this number alone, he is significantly better. He would have been able to hit with the 1-5, and I guess there were just so many numbers that played this way. By keeping the contact, I guess making the more advanced contact when you're down in the race. Wow, wow, wow. Really, really sick. Nice. And now it's just a double and a pass. He sees that he's not winning the race, but like I say, you know, being up in the race is only good if you can use your race lead. And he has 2 checkers behind what's going to be a 5 prime, very likely, on the very next roll, right? And we can see that white's forward structure sucks. Let's be honest. It's not good. So when your forward position is strong and theirs is weak and they've got 2 back, the fact that you're not winning the race doesn't matter. What is the position telling you? Is the position telling you that you're stronger than your opponent? Regardless of what the race is telling you? What does your position look like? And black's is strong and white's is weak. And could only be getting weaker if you make the 4. It's already a pass. And surely can't be too good. Okay, Michi did the Hollywood. I don't know if I should double. I don't know if I should double. Then he doubles. I don't think that's what he's doing, but that's what I would have been doing. Hem and hob at it for a while, then give the guy the cube. Maybe they take. I don't think Hideaki's going to take, though. I don't think he's necessarily considering what he thinks his opponent is thinking about when he's making his play. I think he's just trying to play correct the entire time. And he's just thinking through the different variations to see if he has enough. Right? And remember, being up in the race is only good if you can use your race lead. And it doesn't look like he's going to be able to use it. It looks like he's just going to have 2 checkers stuck behind a 5 prime. That's what's most likely to happen on the next roll. And then what? It's tempting, though, because, you know, often you use the race lead to justify the take, which is what he's done. And he rolls one of his not ideal ones, 4-1, so I guess the 4 is going to hit. We can't let him just anchor, right? I mean, oh, wow, just 10-5. I would have considered hitting. But apparently I'm wildly off. This is what happens when you think your roll's going to do something, and then you roll a number that does nothing, then you kind of force the action, and this isn't the best play. 6-4 enters and comes out. This is a great roll. 4-1, okay, re-roll. 6-4. This hits outside if it wants to, and it should. This puts the gammons certainly back on the table. 1-6 is awful. Absolutely awful. Double 2s here. 1, 2. Do we just make the 4-point? Yeah, I like this. Wait, was there another way to do this? He just made the 4. Could he have made the 4 and the 3? It looked like he could have made the 4 and the 3. I'd love to see what the PRs are after that one, because apparently there was something hidden in there that I was missing. Ooh, this would be a big one, too. Apparently, they just want you to make the 6 prime and then break it by playing 8-4 and then allowing your opponent to crash against you. Yeah, he missed the best play with double 2s there. And look at this. Wow. Double 5s, destroying his position. I mean, it was destroyed already, but now it's absolutely worse. Oh, so maybe we just slot the deuce. I like this because what ace is going to be a good ace? If we think about the cost of getting hit here when our opponent has 2 blots in his board, the cost is low, but what you get away with is super high. You can't even hit you with this number. I guess the question remains is, do we remake the 6 or do we just play over his head? Right? These are the 2 questions I'm asking myself because hitting is just not in the cards. 6-4 is forced to come off. There's no other 6. One, 2. Can't hit again. Hitting, I mean, has no future. You're just hoping you don't get gammoned in this game. That is what you're honestly thinking. You don't think there's any way to win. You just think, hey, let's not get gammoned here. And not getting gammoned is the win. Four, 5. Hits both, of course, and now the gammons are surely on the table. He was trying to avoid it, but now it looks like it can't be avoided. 5-1. Looks okay. Trying to bear in. Nothing can hit you. 1-6 just brings a single checker in. There's 2 on the roof. 6 comes in, and I guess the 3 would go to the 4 point. I like this. And in this situation, you win a gammon every time you don't leave a shot, so maybe we just bring this into the 3. Yeah. Six, 1. Double 4s fans. And Michi's still getting decisions here, so he's going to be able to work down his PR. So we take 1 off, right? And we just play from 3 to 2. This is the problem with just continuing to not enter and allowing your opponent to just roll, is that they're going to get decisions which help to work down their PR, and you don't get these same decisions. So Michi, you see, is taking big chunks out of his PR with every roll, and Hideaki Ueda doesn't have a chance to do that yet because he's still on the roof. He has to enter first. But once he does enter, he'll start to get decisions again, which will also work his PR down. Double 4s fanning, right? Terrible in a PR competition. We don't get decisions, and that's all we want, really. 6-4 leaves a shot. So if he hits, he'll get plenty of decisions. Does he get the 4? He does get the 4. Yeah, I like this. That's because if he rolls double 6s, you get a triple shot instead of being on the roof, by the way. If he rolls double 6s, you would have gotten a triple shot instead of being on the roof. That's the reason why this play is better. Yeah, this is hard. I mean, this is the first play I thought of, 24 to 19, 3 to 2. But it's hard. You don't love giving up the 24, but you also don't want to make it easy for him to get around by coming out and just giving him a shot, a way to play his smaller numbers, right? So if he rolls numbers that don't get around, there's a good chance that you get like a double shot next roll. Or, you know, black might be forced to come down and hit you off the 1, which gives you chances there as well. Thank you guys for tuning in today. And ladies, if you wouldn't mind, please smashing the like button, subscribing to the Backgammon Galaxy YouTube channel. Helps out the algorithm, helps out everyone else here. We would really appreciate it. This is certainly no inexpensive expense here, the streaming for the entire tournament. Nice play, and then the 6-4 gives him 3s for a shot. And can he find a 3? He does find a 3, and the 3 comes here, and I think the 5 just comes off of this point, helps to patrol more of the outfield. 3-2 fans, okay. Not feeling especially hopeful, but maybe he can save Gammon. We're just looking to try to control more of the outfield, so maybe we go to like the 13 or something like this. All of these plays look totally reasonable. None of them are going to be massive blunders. 5-2, the 5 comes in, and the 2 just slots the 1 point. I don't think you want to come out into the shots if you can avoid it. 6-1, he would have been hit, but now he's not hit. And not getting hit is good. We've spoken about this before. Sometimes getting hit will teach you a lesson. Teaches you to not want to be hit anymore. So what are we going to do with this 6-1? It feels like it's kind of coming a bit too far forward. But we could block some of these numbers by coming out and making the 13. We could also make the 14. I do like this play. It does keep the deeper contact a bit. Tricky, though, where you want to get the contact from, because a part of you really wouldn't mind staying on the 21, just in case. But this 4-1 forces him to come out into a double shot and just makes the 1. I like this play. Cleaning up the blot just in case there's something else that happens in the future. Having that point made might benefit you. Certainly won't allow a second checker to be sent back. So this is the 6. And I guess we have to think about whether or not we want to play 13 to 10 or just come out. Both plays have their upsides and downsides. 5-1. I guess we just come all the way. And 3. Wow, okay, so... I mean, I think the hard part about this play is, are you trying to win, right? Because hitting is going to win more games, but the problem is you just don't win many games, right, even after the hit. If we look at the numbers on the side, not hitting wins 3.4% of the time. Hitting, right, with the best play only wins 5.3% of the time. So you'll win 2% more games, but at the cost of how many additional gammons, right, versus how many gammons you could save by just playing to not win. So it's very, very hard. Because, of course, my first thought is let's try to win, but, like, you win so little anyway, what are you really trying to do by doing this other play? So if you hit here on your next roll and you had the ability to lift, you would do so. Just to try to avoid getting gammoned, even at the cost of winning. And 4-2, right, as we said, was going to hit and then just lift. No part of us is really trying to win this game. We just don't want to get gammoned. Double 4s, 1-2, this hits and comes all the way around. So he was trying to not get gammoned, and he might get gammoned anyway. 6-3, 5-4 hits. 4-3 enters and comes down. If he's able to hit, he's not, but the 6 comes in and the 2 comes off. Can he save gammon here? 5-3, okay. So maybe we want to do 2 crossovers. Maybe we want to come out with the 3 and play the 5 in, or come out with the 5. Yeah, any of these are going to be fine. As long as we get 2 crossovers. Try not to waste any pips while doing so. That gap on the deuce point might help him, not him, but might help Hideaki save some of these gammons if Michi rolls another 2. Oh, and he rolls the 2. Sick. Now he's definitely got to be a favorite to save this. 4-2. Unless Michi can roll a double here. 4-3. No, he has to roll a double next roll if Hideaki doesn't get off this roll. 2-1. Terrible. Terrible, terrible. 2-1 here. Everything gets off, including double 4s. Oh, 5-3. And Hideaki saves the G. Well done, Hideaki, to save that gammon. That's massive for him. Absolutely massive. Thank you all for tuning in. If you wouldn't mind smashing the like button, my name is Justin Knoll. I'll be your commentator. I am a backgammon player from New York City, though I currently live in London. I work with Galaxy doing videos on their channel. I'm also a professional coach, so of course if anyone is interested in backgammon lessons with me, please feel free to send me an email at justin@backgammonuniversity.com. What countries do we have out here today? I see England here. I see the USA, somebody from Costa Rica in the chat. If you're from someplace interesting, let me know. If you're from someplace uninteresting, also let me know. Five, 3, just deciding to make the point, and this is just a double, of course. And already a pass. Certainly at the score will make passing easier. White has everything going for it. There's another shot. They've got better structure. They still have 2 back with no anchor. And Michi's like, let me change the score for you. Here's your point. This game is over. No thank you. Wants nothing to do with it. Hideaki off to a good start again in this game. France, Outbersen, and Japan, of course, is watching. 2 of your countrymen are in this. I could imagine quite a few people from Japan watching this. Sweden in the chat. Denmark. Somebody wants me to shout out Des Moines, Iowa. Okay, Des Moines in the house. Someone says they're from the happiest country in the world. I don't know where that is, but I'm sure they do since they're quoting it. Odense, Denmark, birthplace of Hans Christian Andersen. There you go. You can make the 4 and the advanced anchor here. That looks pretty strong. You get to do 2 really, really good things. So instead of making a 5 prime, you get to make the 4 point and make your anchor. And that looks pretty strong because the anchor is certainly a way to stop White's momentum moving forward. 1-5, the ace steps up just in case they can't cover the 8 point again with a 5. And now he's thinking, what if I do? What if I do make this 5 prime? He doesn't. So do we leave the shot and just play 13-9? That's the question. With the upside, of course, of making the 5 prime if we get away with it. And Michi finds the best play, not playing scared. He says, I don't think you can roll a 6, and he can't. But there's the ace, and the 2 doesn't really matter so much. The computer prefers 13-11. 8-6, of course, is a bit stacky, but doesn't leave another blot. And not leaving more blots is good. The happiest country on earth, apparently, is Finland. Mochi says the happiest country in the world is Monaco this week. Well, it'll be the happiest country in the world for the winners. It'll be the least happy, I think, for whoever finishes like 2nd or 3rd. Yeah. I think for them, they'll be the least happy. Although 2nd place plays out pretty good here for the World Championship. So maybe they'll be happy. Okay, for sure they'll be happy. So there's a 2-1. Okay, so it's Michi's roll, and he's thinking about whether or not he wants to double. He's not up in the race, and White has good structure in front of him. And I think he's thinking, maybe I just roll 5-4, right? And that would be like a 6 prime. But what if you don't? You know, what if you just make the 8 point? Your opponent will have the opportunity to roll a 6. There really aren't that many killer rolls, and then there's a bunch of crap rolls like this 6-3, which has to hit and just play down, and Hideaki just rolls a 3, and now you've got absolutely nothing, less than nothing. White might be a favorite here. No, not yet. On roll. No, it is, yeah. White is a favorite. I thought so. 3-5. Okay, so I guess the option is either hitting or making the 8 now. Making the 8 left a shot with an ace anyway, so I can see the benefit of this in 2-5. Just cleans up the other blot. I can tell you for sure Michi is certainly happy that cube is still in the center. 6-5, what kind of number is this? So the 6 comes out and around, yeah. best of a bad situation, I guess. 6-2, 6-3, and ace. 5-4 doesn't really go anywhere. 5-4 is pretty bad. You have to make the 1 point, which is not ideal. I think Michi ends up being a favorite now. 2-1. Do we do this or do we hit? We don't want him to just roll a 6 and leave. 6-2, 6-3, 6-4. Those numbers would be really, really bad for us. Double 6, of course, as well. Goes without saying. Although I will say it, because that's what I do as a commentator, I guess. I have to say. Here he's just thinking about what if he rolls an ace, but what if he rolls a 6? What about that? And he rolls a 6, but not the best 6. 6-5 doesn't go too far. But he still has to come out, and 5s and 1s hit. But 6-5 would have fanned the other way, but, you know, who's looking at that? And now he misses, gets to cover. White has nothing with the cube yet. With the gap on the 4 point, you might not even get around. You know, even if he does get around, he'll still be able to take the cube, so there's no point in doubling this. 6, and then where's your 4? Oh, there it is. It plays that way. I didn't see that immediately. And look, you brought it to safety, and you still have nothing. Yeah. Yeah, I like coming out, giving the contact on the 18. After the roll, you're not down tremendously. You're going to be down 10 pips, which is not a lot. I mean, it's not, it's okay, it's more than I want to be down, but it's not a lot. If you ask Brandy, she'll say that she wants to be down, but I don't believe her. If you get that reference, let me know. I'm not sure most of you will. It's very specific. Hideaki Ueda playing a 1 right now versus Michi's 3.3. 3.3 is great, unless your opponent's playing a 1 in a PR competition. Jesper Carlson likes the board here for $400. He says you can't really beat the deal. I agree. I have one. I've been doing all of my Galaxy videos on it. I think it looks great. Plays good as well. Well, if you want to understand the reference, you just have to take the 2 words, brandy, right, and then want to be down, and you'll see what pops up. You'll be listening to a fantastic song from my childhood. Don't ask me to sing it, though. I need to keep my voice for the week, you know? I mean, he is up 15 pips. Yeah, the cube does seem reasonable. Trailing in the score, not that that matters a ton here. But in these, like, one-way holding games, you know, your reference for thinking about whether or not you want to double, you know, are you up enough in the race, right? You want to be up, like, I don't know, maybe like, just say 15%, roughly 12, 13, 14, 15%. Seems reasonable to start thinking about the cube. Do I have 4 or fewer checkers on the midpoint? Yes. Right, so that means you can clear the midpoint with doubles. And the take is super easy. 4-3, okay. So maybe we play both checkers off the 6 here. Slot the 3, make the deuce. That way we keep a checker on the outside. You see, the geniuses think this way. And the geniuses are correct. Hideaki, well done. Fantastic play. Most people don't make plays like this, but we understand what's important here is just maintaining your flexibility so you have more time to roll doubles. All we want is more time to roll doubles. So now when I say we don't break our board, we only break our board in karate class, not in this situation. So in most situations, that's true. In this situation, this is not necessarily true. But it's also not necessarily wrong. And someone is now writing the lyrics to that song in the chat. I appreciate you. Thank you. Jacques, 42. Well done. Either you knew the song or you Googled it. 2-1 could make the 7 point. That seems like it could be useful to make the 7 actually right now because you could get a shot. And then having a blot in your board versus a 6 prime is a big deal, and the shot is left. And now he might regret having the blot on the 1 if he hits, because then instead of having a 6 prime, you're going to get hit from the roof maybe. And that's a big swing, isn't it? So the computer thought that there wasn't really much to it, but there was something to it. Of course, in the variation where you get a shot, it makes a massive difference. And that variation has come to pass. And 13-6 is better here despite leaving more shots, because when you get away with it, it solves the problem. And he rolls a 6 and he hits, and now instead of having a 6 prime, your opponent can just roll a 1 from the roof and put you back in the blender. No swing there. No swing there. And he rolls the ace, and he lifts. He must lift. He doesn't want to get gammoned. And, I mean, look at the swing there. Look at the swing on that. Look at the swing on that, my friends. Instead of the 6 prime, we slotted the 1, and look at the predicament we could be in now. Now, of course, nothing could happen. Michi could enter. Hideaki could still lose. But this would have been well over if we had just made the 7 point. I know the computer said it was worth nothing, but it seems to be worth something here. Does Michi roll a 5? No. Can Hideaki roll a 6? Drum roll. 3-1. Nothing yet. Can Michi roll a 5? No. That's the 6, though, that Hideaki needs. 6-1, 6-2, 6-5. Any 6. Double 6. Anything? 4-1 leaves a shot. Now he's thinking, do I have a cube from the roof? And if he doubles, should Hideaki take or pass? Is it too good? It can't be too good. You could very easily lose this. It is a redouble. And a massive, 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 massive take, because he could just fan. Or he could roll a 6 that doesn't hit. And then you're just up, I don't know, 700, 800 pips. I've been counting. 6 situation, though. But this is the issue with having a broken board and the blot, is that, like, you know, when you're stuck on the 24 point, you just don't win a lot of games. You know, even when you come out, there's just, everyone's going to be waiting there for you. Where white really gains is when black fans again. Michi's a favorite to enter, but he could fan. Nice 4 cube, Michi. Nice 4 cube. Absolutely fantastic from the roof while leading. Can Hideaki find the take? I don't know. It doesn't look fun to me, but, you know, we're thinking about variations where we gain. And of course, if he rolls any combination of 1, 2, 3, 4, we gain tremendously because he'll still be on the roof. And I think that is a big deal. The gammons are roughly the same. You still win about 30% of the time. But this is a huge decision for Hideaki. Huge. Hideaki going into the blender here. Thinking about his take point at the score, thinking about his recubes at the score. Neil makes a good point in the chat that the overage on the gammons on the 4 cube makes the gammon value less here, right? So if you have enough wins, maybe you can just take, because the gammon doesn't cost you that much, actually. Because you don't get paid anything extra for all the, you know, you lose a gammon, you lose 8 points. It's a race to 7. Hideaki, the genius, finds the take. And he gets paid on the 3-2. Can he finally pop a 6 now? He's thinking about the recube from behind the structure, and it's so close. It's so close. Wow, I mean, this must be one of the great reasons why it was such an easy take for him. I mean, if this is almost a recube, then of course the take was super clear. He doesn't double, 4-2, okay, and then maybe 3-1. Give ourselves a few more 3s to play with if we start to crunch. He's holding a 4 cube. Michi could just fan again, by the way, and he does. I'm not wishing this upon him. Trust me, I want him to enter. Hideaki wants to roll a 6, nothing yet. The 2 is forced by logic, as Phil Simborg would say. 6-4, and he enters, okay. And what do we want to do with the 4? Do we want to make the 8 point? Probably not, seeing as how it's not part of our prime. We do this with the idea of being able to hit with an 3 on the ace point. And he still doesn't roll a 6. It's a good thing we played the 2 properly. We still have a 4-point board. 3s are going to hit loose. 5-2 makes this. Double 6 hits on the 1. Double 6 hits on the 1. That is something that must be done. And now Hideaki needs another ace to stay alive in this game, and he doesn't roll it. 5s and 3s cover the 1. 4-1 covers the 1 point. Unless something terribly goes wrong for Michi here, it looks like he's going to win 4 points, but not a gammon here, which means, of course, we'll have another game. But Michi will have a massive lead in the match score, but still be at quite the deficit in the PR. Double 2s brings both in. Great distribution. Perfect distribution, if you ask me. 3 here, 6 off. He has to continue to hit the clock. There you go. Now he's in. Double 4s fans again. 5-4, no shot leavers. Don't really need a gammon, and he wins almost all the games here, provided he doesn't leave a shot. So he just tries to not do that. 6-5, 6-4, 5-4 leave shots here. 2-1 does not. We don't really win any gammons here, so maybe we just do this, playing for the wins. I like only taking 1 off here because nothing leaves a shot. 3-2 fans. 4-1, okay. I guess we could call this a little awkward for big doubles if he fans again. 4-2, he enters. Now the match, this game is just over, it looks like. I don't think he really wins anything from here. Five, 4. 6-3, of course, and the gammon save, but the win doesn't exist. But I guess they'll still play for some decisions because he hasn't gotten off the gammon until he takes a checker off. And I still wouldn't resign here. I'd let black roll just to make sure I got credit for the decision, because sometimes, I'm not saying this transcriber, but the transcriber might actually just press resign game and not give you credit for taking a checker off, which means you don't get the decision, which is like a technical thing. So that's why I would just continue to roll. We're at the Crawford game now, which means that Hideaki doesn't have access to the cube this game. This game will be played cubeless, but gammons and backgammon still count for something. For Hideaki, at least. He could win, 2 or 3 points, but no more than that. He doesn't have access to the cube this game because of the Crawford rule. Richard Stubbe, 0.85 for Hideaki. Yeah, it looks like I'm not doing so well on our bet right now, Hideaki. I'm sorry, Richard. I made a bet that the players would play over a 2.8 and on average, combined PR. And it looks like that bet is not doing so well. Marc is playing great. Hideaki's playing great. Michi's playing great. I've only seen one of Oliver's PRs. I haven't seen the second one. Clearly, I don't know what's happening on the third one yet. You could make the 9, which seems reasonable. You don't leave shots, even though this does duplicate the aces, I guess. Making the 9 point is good, though. Making points is good, right? We could step up, make the 9, and just slot the 4 point. Leave fewer liabilities around the board. Create more blocking structure. Maybe make it harder for the checkers on the 18 to move in the future. Okay, so someone says that Oliver played a 4.65 in his first one and a 3.45 in his second one. After the round 2, Hideaki had 4 points, Michi had 3 points, Oliver had 1 point, and Marc had 0 points. (6-5) makes the 1 point on his head. And he's just hoping he fans, of course. We can continue to blitz him. He doesn't fan. 3-6 just comes out with one of them. I guess we'll come out with the checker on the 3 point. That way we have some connection still in the outfield, but apparently that's wrong for some reason. Not exactly sure why. He finds the reason. I'm not sure why. Maybe I can ask him later. 5-3 looks like a double hitter. Or no, we can make the point on his head. Is making the point on his head better than the double hit? I'm not sure. Apparently it was. Okay, double 5s. This covers. Comes off of the 18 point probably, right? What do we do from there? Yeah. I mean, this is the play that I'm thinking of. It does leave quite a few blots on the outside, but, I think it does all the things. It covers and gets you off of the 18, and if they don't enter, you're doing great. And if they do enter, you're not doing bad. 5-2, a hitter. Plenty of numbers hit back, but not double 6s. Double 6s doesn't hit anything. And the momentum shifts, and this picks up a second checker and covers. And this might be the final game of this match. What a swing. Double threes. I speak too soon. And 2 on the roof. 5-3. Enters with 1. Please smash the like button and subscribe to the channel. We get more jokers on the rolls this way. 4-2. And this comes out with the 4. Out with the 4, of course. We're trapped behind structure. We can't allow that to happen. We must be free. And does he roll a 5? And he does roll a 5. Crazy stuff happening here. Michi trying his best to get this win. The other way as well. No double 5s, fans. He needs to enter. Does he enter? No, he fans. Four 3 makes the 18. Very strong. Putting that wedge in the position to make sure you don't get primed. 5-3 is a hitter. Michi doing well again. 2-5 just comes in, and wow. I mean, we have to hit. There's no other choice, really. You can't lose a gammon, right? So we just have to make the play that's going to win the most games. In 4-2, 6-4. I like it. Three, 2, double hit. Boom. Boom. I like this. Of course, I see that it's wrong by about 1%, but it's certainly the prettier of the plays. And of course, we play for beauty, not for correctness, right? 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 And he fans again. Double 5s enters, makes the 3-point, and just comes out. I mean, we could play 13-8, but I would probably just come out. Maybe it's close. It is close. Two 1 continues the blitz. All right, so now he's in it to the end. I mean, for what it's worth, he can't be closed out. His winning chances are still dismal, by the way. He has the 1-point made on the other side, and he's got 2 checkers on the roof. Michi's playing fantastic, of course. Just Hideaki just playing better. Just a few decisions here that just went the other way. Very tough in a format like this. Maybe we bring these both into the 6 and the 5. I like this. Six down, maybe 5 in. I know it gives double 1s. Yeah, maybe this is fine too. Don't think there's going to be much in it because, you know, Hideaki's chances are so poor. But this leaves a shot. And if he can roll a 6 here, I'm not saying he has a chance, but it's better than not rolling a 6 and 6 in the window. First number out, of course. And Michi enters. This is huge. If Hideaki can enter here, he can put up a fight. Double 4s, fans. Terrible, terrible, terrible. 4-3 just comes all the way out. This gets hit with 1-6 and 6-6. 4-3 fans again. A funny number would be a 7. Double 5s, not nearly as funny, but it does leave a shot. Takes another checker off. Is that right? 1, 2. Yeah, it doesn't leave any shots. Holy crap. Fantastic number. And there's the 5. Absolutely terrible for Hideaki, but great news for Michi. Takes 2 checkers off. Maybe we just find a way to give ourselves a covering number for the blot on the 4-point. Going to the 9 or the 8 or something like this. Great play, finding the best variation. 5-2 doesn't leave a shot yet, but this is a bit more awkward than he was hoping for. He doesn't like having that checker there like this. A lot of things leave a shot, and yes, this now covers, giving him a 5-point board. Can Michi not leave a shot? And he rolls a non-shot leaving number. Fantastic for him. Now he wants to bring checkers around to try to slot the 5-point if possible. (3-1) doesn't leave a shot yet. Michi loves this. I don't know how he wins this game without leaving a shot. I don't know how he plays without leaving a shot. At some point, it feels like it's inevitable unless he rolls a big double after this roll. 6-3, no shots yet, but he needs to come off of the 24-point anchor this roll to give Black the opportunity to roll an ace and have a coupe classique. So maybe 2 and then 6, because backgammons don't mean anything here. And if he rolls an ace, he has a chance, but double 4s, no shots left. And Michi plays a fantastic 2.15, but it's not good enough as Hideaki plays under a 1 PR. So the match has been split. 1 point for Michi for the win and 1 point for Hideaki for the PR. And we are at 3 matches played, so it looks like it is time for a break here now. So it's good to see you all. I think we're going to have a little lunch break here. I'm not exactly sure. I'm going to go check and confirm, and then I will see you all in a bit. Of course, my name is Justin Knoll. I will be your commentator here all week. So please smash the like button and subscribe to the Backgammon Galaxy YouTube channel.
Guys finish?
Yep, they're done.
Who won?
Michi. So the 4th match is what, after lunch? Is there a lunch? I need a lunch.
13:30.
Someone
You got
said no lunch.
35 minutes.
Okay. That sounds like lunchtime. I'll see you guys in a bit. I gotta go. Thank you all. I will see you guys in a bit. Maybe in 35 minutes, I think we're supposed to be back here for match number 4. So stick around, hang out, go stroll other YouTube videos, watch what was happening over on stream too while we're gone, and we'll be back.
Okay, so meet you on.
Yeah, but lost the PR. He played like a 2.3, and Hideaki played like a 0.
After 2 full rounds.
Yeah.
That's the wrong picture.
Can you send me that on Messenger or something?
Yeah.
I gotta go see about this food, or else I'm gonna die, I think.
Well, Ueda's win.
All right. It looks like we are about ready to kick off with our fourth match with Michihito Kageyama versus Marc Olsen. That should be pretty good. So thank you all for tuning in today. If you don't mind smashing the like button and subscribing to the Backgammon Galaxy YouTube channel, that'll be very much appreciated. What is this Prime board? Sounds like a new product. Everyone is messaging their friends and family. Hey, can you see me? I'm on stream. Hey, Mom. Hey, Dad. Right? These sorts of things. I'm sure that's what's happening right now. I think Marc versus Michi is the only matchup I haven't seen yet.
Oh, actually,
I think we've seen maybe all the other possible combinations. Maybe not. Maybe I'm daydreaming. It's quite possible. Just had a quick walk up the hill to Beausoleil for a bit of lunch during this little mini break we've had here. Hopefully the players have been able to rest a
so
bit.
that is your own dice stack.
Now we'll get this show back on the road.
Oh, it's your name.
Also, the Monte Carlo Open, the pre-tournament to the main tournament, has started in the background.
Mm-hmm. Very comfortable. Very comfortable. So
There are,
Can begin?
how about Michi?
I don't know, maybe 200 people, maybe more,
Yeah,
playing
it's
the
also my
pre-tournament to the main tournament, which is a good sign. Both players roll a 6. Michi rolls another 6 and says, top this. Marc says we match again. If they do this a third time in a row, I think they have to kiss. I think that's how it goes. Okay, luckily for them. Luckily for them, they don't have to find out if that was a real rule or if I just made that up for entertainment. Double 3s makes the advanced anchor and the 10 point. This is known, I believe. And maybe even correct. So 3, and then 13, 11, unstacking the heavy points. 4-3 could hit outside. This is Marc's first real decision of this match, whether or not he wants to double hit inside or single hit outside. Tough. Hitting outside gains in the race, but of course he's initiating contact when he's outboarded, which is difficult, right? He's also, you know, I think what leans in its favor is the very heavy 2 duplication from the roof, the 2s that'll hit on the 11, the 2s that'll hit on the 4. But certainly this is not a simple decision. Marc, of course, finds the best play. I like 13-7 here. Just kind of planting my boots on the ground. Allowing myself the ability to maybe make the 5, maybe make the 4-point anchor from the roof. Maybe it's terribly wrong. Let's see what the bot says. No, it's okay. It's okay. Best play is playing to the 14, which is still a double shot, but I guess a little or less risky than exposing another block. I understand my play, though. Oh, okay, it switches. I could tell that I was thinking on a plus level, and the computer was only on a plus level, so this makes perfect sense to me. Vindication for myself and Michi. Five 3 enters and hits on the 18. Oh, he's not on the roof. My apologies. Four 2 anchors and hits on the 4, or you could hit on the 11. No, hitting on the 11 must be better. Double fives must be a good roll. Got to figure out how I want to play it first. So we can make this outside point, and then I think making the 1 point also seems reasonable. It does freeze those checkers in the outfield. Or how many has he played at this point? Okay, if this is all of them. Yeah, it's a bit tough. 3-1 seems clear, though. 6-4 just enters and hops back out. It misses. 1s and 3s hit. 6-4 misses. But 6-4 makes the 5 point probably. He's decided that this is the 6, and I guess the 4 can make the 9. I'm not sure what the race is. Let me check. Okay, he's not really down that much, so maybe it was too big to make just make the 5 point. Certainly only being down 12. You don't need to risk a close race to make the 5. So, of course, Marc is just counting the race and seeing where he's at, determining whether or not he wants to double. Does he have a large enough racing lead? How is his flexibility into the future? How easy is the take versus pass decision? He's only up 12. He's not even up 10% in this race, so I don't think he's there yet. Like I said earlier, you would want to generally be up, I don't know, 12, 13, 14, 15%. You want to have enough to where if you roll a little bit below average and your opponent rolls above average, that you're not just in a super close race. Oh, in double 6, okay. Well, I guess we make the 1. Is that possible here, just to avoid leaving shots for him? What are the other options here? Yeah, making the 1 seems reasonable if you think you can win with the cube. 8-2 was the other option, I guess, because it was just an indirect shot. And he would have had to have broken his 20-point anchor to do it. It's good to see the justification for some of these plays afterwards. Not sure which play I would have made over the board, but it's hard. Here, I'd preferably just slot the deuce point. It's better than just putting a checker on the 1, must be. Marc gives a 2 cube, disguised as an 8 cube. And Black's position is terrible. Oh, no. Okay. Well, certainly not an easy decision. 6-3 can't clean it up completely, but how upset would you be if your opponent rolled a 9 here? Not that much, because there's 2 blots in his board, which I think is the point. 6-5 misses, but starts to make the inner board. 4-2 cannot clean up the checker yet. Is it possible we just break the 10-point mark? I mean, that's a point that's 6 away. We can clear it with this roll, and his board still has 2 blots in it. Yeah, I don't love that play. Double 3s. I guess we come out with 1, then make the board as best we can. And we can't hit and cover, which is annoying. Look at how this double 2s plays. We can't clean up the blot without hitting. And then where's the 4th one? So what's the computer's recommended play? Hit on the 7 and then clean up the 8? It seems reasonable to clean up the 10-point, because it's a point that you're going to leave a shot from in the future anyway, right? And I think the reason why this is the wrong way to do it is because you give your opponent good sixes from the roof. 3-6, 4-6, and sixes are supposed to be bad for your opponent from the roof. But Marc is able to successfully clean it up. Yes, on streamed matches, I certainly prefer them to be playing with dice cups so the dice can stay on their side of the board. It makes it much easier for me to track the information. So after the play, he's still going to be down 17 pips. So it certainly makes it hard to want to leave with both, even though I can see the computer thinks it is correct to do so. It's hard to decide because you really don't win many games anyway. And so you're like, but if you think about it, you really don't gain much contact here. There's too many spares on the 6 and the 5. How long do you think you can stay around for? Nice play by Michi. One more big double. Maybe we can give him a sweat. Nope. Six, 5. Another 4-2. I would just come into the 6. Not that it matters, but it did bump his PR up a little bit. 5-1. One for Marc. He still wins almost all the games. Michi's going to need to roll something amazing right now in order to have a chance here, like double 6, but no, that doesn't happen. You might as well play 6-3. I don't see what you gain from doing this. Now you don't take as many checkers off with double 5s and stuff like that. But it's not going to matter much, if at all. I guess he's trying to take more checkers off with double 2s or double 1s, maybe. But like you see what we're fighting for, 0.1%. No, the other ace is better, Marc, because you get double 2s.
Okay. 2 points.
Yeah.
Maybe you got double 2s that way as well? Yeah, maybe you did. I don't know. Trying to think about it in my mind's eye, remember the position. No, I think I'm right. Yeah. Not like it was going to matter anyway. Marc is slowly working his PR down after the initial mistake with the double 5s, which seemed to be pretty big, looking at the the errors in the match so far. Is 6-5 like a double hitter? Now we can just run all the way. Yeah, maybe that's a better game plan, actually. It's hard. This ends up being a bit big. Notice we could have just been hit, but now Marc just enters with 2, and now we have nothing, and we don't have a midpoint anymore either. And now we just remake the mid. Seems better than covering, because we do like that point. Alex Shagian in the chat says happy birthday to Nick Blazier. Nick Blazier, happy birthday. 5-3 attacks on the 5-point. Seems very clear. Getting hit back doesn't even hurt that much with the blot there in the board, although of course you hope to be missed. 3-4 finally covers the deuce. Both players' PR creeping up. We must have a little complex games and positions happening. So I think we're just going to remake the 8. Is that better than hitting? Yeah, I guess so. Strong play from Marc Olsen there. 2-5. Guess we should see if we want to hop out or hit on the 3. It seems pretty close to me. Of course, it's hard to get away with it whatever we do. We hop out, we get hit with 6s, we stay behind and hit. Maybe we get hit with a 3, but the 3's very heavily duplicated to also make the 3-point, so it's hard to hit us and make it at the same time, which would be my justification for maybe thinking about hitting. But I guess this worked towards solving the main problem, which is getting your back checker out. And 6-3 does the thing where it hits and covers, which is very rude, of course. Fortuitous. He enters with the 2 and the 4. I would love to re-roll, but that's not allowed. So are we really leaving another blot just because it plays pure? I mean, we've got nothing and white is on roll. If we're thinking about, yeah, nice. I mean, in order to make this ugly play, you just have to see that leaving an extra liability when you're weak on the other side of the board is just not the great idea. So even though we hate this, it's the best of a bad situation. And Marc, you know, is counting the race just to be thorough, but I think he's just going to check his position versus his opponent's and just see that, hey, black's position stinks and white's is great. And Marc just cubes. And I think this is a difficult take with black's position being as bad as it is. I know he'll count the race and see that it's close, but I'm sure that there is some blunder potential here in this situation as far as Michi's take is concerned. I certainly don't love it. Maybe he thinks it can be close. I guess anything in the 900s as far as equity is concerned is close. Alex Ashagian in the chat says Michi calls 5 away and leading the stupid score. Hard to send initial cubes because of strong recubes. Yes, that's correct. But when your opponent wins a ton of games, you know, it's hard to get recubes in when your opponent wins a lot of games. That's for sure, right? So the closer you are to your opponent's take pass point, the easier the cubes become just based on the merit of winning chances. Because it's just harder for him to turn the game around, and he certainly wins a lot here. Nice cube from Marc. I mean, black's position is bad. Taking this would be very, very difficult. And Michi passes. It's not hard to see why he passed. The position
3-0.
was bad. It was only a take because of the score, maybe. You certainly don't love it.
Yeah, I don't.
But you can tell by looking at his face that he's unsure. And unsure is what a lot of backgammon players are. You know, we're just working based off what we think the likelihood of the best play is. He thought it was more likely a pass than a take, but won't be shocked if the position ends up being a take when he sees it, you know? And then we just readjust our calibration, essentially, to the score and make it more fine-tuned later next time we reach a very similar situation. I think this is the only play here, hitting and splitting. You don't love it, but, like, you know, you're splitting under the gun. Take half the tempo away. As long as your opponent doesn't roll double twos, you should be just fine. But, of course, they did, and I think we just maybe play down or step up or slot the bar with the next one. I don't think it really matters all that much because I think the cube is coming right now. And the question of whether or not he wants to take it is up to him. But I think it's just a double and a pass after any non-double entering number, especially leading at the score. So no part of me likes this game. I have 3 back. My opponent only has 2 back. He has the 8-point, 6-point, 5-point, 4-point made, the rack, as Marc calls it. You have the bar point, so, I mean, there is something, but you don't have anything in the way of the inner board. His opponent could just make the 7-point. He might hit 2 checkers in the inner board. He could just point on him. It feels like you have to have too many things go right in order to make this game playable. You don't even have an anchor. So I think Marc just easily gives this up, and the score makes it super easy. And they just move on to the next game. Double sixes for Marc. Now he's cruising. Happy. Michi, of course, would love to enter an anchor. This enters and slots the 5. Marc has... I know it's a 4-away score, so he's thinking about doubling, but I don't think he has enough here. I mean, you have improved your position tremendously, but there are many bad rolls coming up, and I think Michi would be happy to take. And if your opponent's happy to take, maybe we don't have a cube. I think the only reason why he's thinking about it is because of the 4-away score and maybe the additional value he'll get from these gammons, but I think he knows it's just not worth enough. Marc rolls 3-2 and makes the 4-point. Michi would love to enter and anchor, enter and hit back. 5-6, dice on checkers, re-roll. Double ones, okay. So maybe we make the 23 and then make the 5. I like this. I think, you know, if you make the anchor, you can take a cube easily. And it stops Marc from doubling, which is good. This just makes the 3-point. There's nothing else to really do. You would have loved to have made the 7, but the dice gods did not allow it. Michi looking for a 5. Would love to roll 2 of them, but, you know, maybe that's asking the dice gods for a bit too much. I'm sure he'll start with a single 5 and then look from there. Oh, it was a 5, but now double 3s. That's a great roll. Gets to advance his anchor and come down, and now Marc has absolutely nothing.
After 3 rounds.
So after 3 rounds, the overall PR, Oliver Squire's playing a 3.57. Michihito Kageyama is playing a 2.21. Marc Olsen is playing a 2.8. And Hideaki Ueda is playing a 1.6. So if he continues to play like that, that would be a lovely one to see in the Czech Republic later this year. 6-4. So the thought of whether or not we want to break the 8 or just break the 18 right now is a great question. Yeah, this seems like the normal play I think most players would make. Playing 13 to 7, 8, 4 seems difficult for a human to make over the board. Five, 3. I mean, we can see that clearing the 13 point just plays perfectly. But that's not what he needs, because he needs contact in this situation. So he likes keeping the point that's 6 away from the 18 point, because he doesn't want him to just clear the 13, then play 5-4 and just clear the 18 point easily that way. So, you know, even though it plays ugly breaking the 8 or doing something like this, he doesn't want to. And making the 1 is not great because, like I said, he needs the contact. And the problem with this play is that if he gets a shot and hits it, the priming potential is gone, right? And he needs the priming potential to contain the checker once he hits it. So we can see why he wants to keep the contact then. So I guess we just figure out how we want to clear the 8 point. Do we want to make the 3 and leave a shot, or just leave no shots? And because my opponent's board is so strong, I like leaving no shots, even though it doesn't cover anything and leaves 2 blots on our board. This must be the better play, making the 1 point here. 3-2 should just clear the 8, I think. Okay, 5-4 just covers the 4 point. I see he's probably thinking about getting rid of the 18, but I don't think it's time for that yet. Two 5, 2-2, 2-4. Refute this for sure. Making a 5 point board is really strong. You know, it forces black to tiptoe around your position. Leaving any blots or any shots when our opponent's board is a 5 point board is like a death sentence almost. So we can strengthen our board and maybe do something like this next time if we're given the opportunity to do so. Okay, he gets missed, and we can see that maybe the problem with this is that he might not clean up the blot next roll anyway. He does have to roll something big to get around, and he does, and he makes the 8 point super strong. And now I think the cube could be incoming. He did get away with this, and he is in a bit of a poorly timed holding game, but I think he's good enough. Michi scoops it. Knows that the timing is poor despite the race lead. So, of course, being up a lot of pips is good. Being up a lot of pips with good timing is even better. And notice that all of his timing, his outside position is stripped, so all of the timing has already been used. It's behind the anchor. Double fives. Disgusting, Marc. Leave Michi alone. Still not over. I would just play 2 down. Here, I probably wouldn't slot the deuce. Just because I might be getting a shot. But he clears it, no trouble at all. 6-5 just covers. And he could leave a shot with double 6, but he does not. So we take 1 off of there and 3 off of here. Now nothing leaves a shot. 6s and 5s would have left a shot before. Michi working his PR down, 5-3. I would just take 1 checker off here. Clearing the 6 doesn't make sense because it leaves more shots. 6-1, 5-1 instead of just 6-5. Now this comes off the anchor. Double 6. Marc Olsen trying to scare Michi here. Let's see if it's working. 4-3, okay, a little below average, but still 2 crossovers. 5-1, and he's an odd number of checkers, so it's still going to take 4 rolls, so he should get off this pretty easily. But he could still scare him again with more doubles. That's a double. It makes him even again, gives him a chance to win on the very next shake. 3s are better. 5-2, so everything gets off for Michi if he gets to roll. 3s, 4s, 5s, or 6s for the G to win the thing, and double 2's the wrong double, only taking 2 checkers off. And of course, Michi needs to get the decision to save the gammon. Hits. Marc should just roll for the decision here, just to lock Michi's in. (6-2), 24-18, 13-11, just basic opening stuff. Double 1s, hits, makes the 7 and the 5. I like making the 7 here instead of lifting because there's a checker on the 24, so it puts a lot of pressure on their entering. 4-6. Yeah, I mean, I could see the value in hitting. I was looking at it for a moment, but this seems like the natural play. It does jump out into a double shot, though, and does duplicate this. Wow. Yeah. A very good question. Yeah, I like stepping up, Marc, if you're going to hit. It does put pressure on Black's outside checker. But maybe he doesn't want to do that because he doesn't want to give him good 6s that'll hit from the roof. So I could see why he would do something like this, but he hasn't really put on the board stepping up yet. So I don't know if he's just, there you go. Good players try to not discredit plays without observing them at least and kind of looking at the merits between why we should or should not do something. And if there is a benefit versus some detriment to doing one thing versus another. I think the problem with playing 11-7 is no one could hit that checker anyway. You know, it's just another checker we could use to maybe make the 8, which is the point we really want to make. And if he gets lucky enough to enter and hit us with something, maybe we just roll a 5 from the roof right now and stop all of the nonsense. All right, nice play, Marc. Double 1s, he enters and makes the 5 and stays split. This is a super joker from the roof. Marc feels like he got punished. 3-2. All right, so 3 and then the 2 makes the 8. I like this better than making the anchor because if we make the anchor, our 6-away exiting point is being blocked by our opponent's 8 point, which would not be good for our future when it comes to leaving. And leaving is what we want to do. And the 2 steps up to the edge of the prime. I like this play. Okay, 4-3 can make the point. And I think we have to, despite it gets rid of the structure. Marc likes it, but he knows it's good news and could also be bad news. The game is essentially even money with Michi on roll from here at the score. And 3-6 enters and hits back. A nice shake. So let's see how Marc enters here. If he gets to enter. He does not get to enter, and the game is over. What a terrible sequence for Marc. He can't believe this just happened. He's replaying the sequence in his mind. He doesn't know how he went from winning to losing in just a single roll, but it happens. It happens. I see it every day. It's a good thing he passed. Michi was going to roll double 6. That looked like a good number. Thank you all for tuning in today. If you guys wouldn't mind smashing the like button, subscribing to the Backgammon Galaxy YouTube channel. My name is Justin Knoll. I'll be your commentator all week here over on this stream. I am a Backgammon Grandmaster, as funny as that sounds. Professional player from New York, of course. I currently live in London, where I make videos for Galaxy Now and also do coaching. 6-2, plays 2 down, just hits, and plays 13-11, just improving our overall distribution. Unstacking the heavy point, we had 6 checkers on it. The 3-6 enters and hits back. It's a good roll for Michi. You can see the players working their PRs down back to their normal ranges. This enters. Maybe we can make the 4 and the 11. Seems reasonable to make 2 new points versus just a loose hit. If Marc doesn't roll a 4 to anchor up, he's gained a lot by making this play. So usually when we can just 1 Alex. Yeah, nice consideration whether or not we want to bring the checker all the way to the 13 point or whether or not we want to make a new point. We can see that making the new point is the right idea despite it leaving shots, because if we just clean up the checker, there's no saying they don't hit the outside checker anyway, and then we've gained nothing. And the game operates in a very circular manner sometimes where I make something, you hit me, I go back, I come out again, I make something, you hit me, I go back, and the fact that you've accumulated all of these assets as you've gone throughout these different stages of the game, they can pay dividends later because there's no saying you would have just gotten away with your quote-unquote safer play anyway. Five, 3. I think we just have to enter and hit on the 5 point. Seems like the normal thing. I know there's risk, but there's no playing this game without risk. You know, almost everything hits, but not everything hits. And when those other numbers come, we gain. And here, after this enters and hits on the 5, there's a chance we could just roll a 5 from the roof and make the advanced anchor. Double 5s. What a shake. So this enters and makes the 5 point. And he chooses to continue to hit him on the head, which is close. 4-5. And Michi doubles, unless it's too good again. No, it's not too good. He just passes. This is an easy pass. Not an easy pass that'll get us through tolls on the highway, but like an easy pass as in there's no way he should be taking this leading at the score. There's a blot on the 13. There's a blot on the 9. You know, 3s and 5s cover, 4s and 1s hit, other 2s hit on the 4 point. It just seems to be a bit much to want to do at the score. At any score, for money, your money, my money. I wouldn't even take this with your money. How about that? I respect your money that much. I'm not taking with your money. That means I lose nothing. I'm still not taking. If he takes this one, the tournament is over for him, my friends, I think. This one is a bit too big. I don't think he's going to talk himself into this one. And this one, if you take, would make you lose sleep at night for sure. I think we've all at some point taken something where we felt a little bit too optimistic. We saw a little bit something when there really wasn't something there, where if he just glanced over at the scoreboard, he would recognize why he has to pass this so much, why it's a 600 blunder. Okay, take it for money. Take it with your own money. Take it with my money, whatever. But at the score right here and right now, you can't just allow the match to swing this much with all the gammons. I mean, there's so many blots in the outfield. You're already on the roof. I know there's only a 2-point board, but I don't know what you like about this. When I see this, I see fear and loathing in Las Vegas.
And even nothing to like about it, plus you're up 5-2.
Yeah, you just pass and you're still winning. That sounds like good news. One is just forced to slot. And the score is 408, 208, which is the most volatile score in backgammon, right? And he's just wondering, do I have enough to double now? That's how early you can double at 408, 208, because so many things lose your market. You know, I think most things that don't make a more advanced anchor here are just going to be a double, right? So he enters and he hits, and he might still have a cube from the roof. I mean, it could be close. All right, it's already a double. Michi sees it, he knows it, he understands it. Marc knows there's no way he can pass this at the score. He only has the 2-point made. And there aren't many direct threats. Double 5s is pretty good. And are we just coming all the way around and playing 13-8, or are we making the 3-point? This is the real question. So he does the 2 that he knows he's going to do first, and then decides to make the stronger board. It's basically tied. 6-5, okay, so maybe this just runs all the way to the midpoint, only leaving an ace plus 6-4. People like 408, 208 so much, I swear a lot of people would love to be the trailer here, which makes no sense to me. They're like, I love 408, 208 as the person who's losing the match. I go, I'll take the 208 score, please. Pretty pleased with a cherry on top. I'll take the 208 score. No, don't do this one. I would just play to the 8. It's so much safer. I know that maybe that's not your concern at the score, but now you get hit with 2s, you get hit with 7s, you get, you know, like you get hit with 5-6 and 4-6 maybe, which are supposed to be bad numbers. Yeah, I like this one significantly better. I just think it wins more games because you just get hit a lot less. And I don't know if it picks up so many extra gammons that it's worth the extra risk. So I think most beginners just play 14 to 8. And you can only talk yourself into this play if you're close to being like a super GM or something, you know? What an amazing roll. And now what do we do? Sorry, I just joked. This leaves Marc with many numbers to try to attack on the 5 here. 5-3 points on him. Six, 4 enters and hops out. Tries again. 3s will hit. 10s will hit. 4-2 misses and makes the board. 5-2. 5 down. Is this right? No, yes, of course we can do this. This is so much better. Of course, we don't want to leave any shots when we have full freedom for our back checkers escape to the mid. This is something we don't want to do at all. So we play with our spares because, yeah, you could even play bigger here like this if you want. What's the race? You're down 52 pips. I mean, what's 52 pips, right? Is that something? 5-2, just stacks this up here. All he wants to do is bring this home without leaving a shot. His opponent's board is too strong. They just cover and hop out. I don't cover this way. I cover with the 3 and hop out with the 5. He's got 2 blots in his board. So, I mean, I'm not too worried, am I? The 8 point is certainly part of my prime. 5-3 is not ideal. Guess we break the 7 point. No? Okay. That would be my first thought, but Michi sees something different here. But I think I'm just biased towards making the better point, which would be the 4, and there must be some numbers where you don't really do well after that. But I think a lot of us are biased towards making the better point, like the 4 instead of the 1, despite there being reasons for it. Now this has to hop out. 6-4 is better for the race. So I like this. I mean, I know he's trying not to get G'd, but, I mean, you still want to win. And I don't know. There aren't many numbers that are going to hit and cover. What is it, just 2-3? Am I going to be worried about 2-3? Probably not. Six, 4 plays safely for now. 3-1. 4-3 breaks the 7, makes the 5-point board, and Marc rolls double sixes, which is very strong, but he's still down a trillion pips in the race. And should he do this? My question is, okay, so let's say we don't do this. What would we do? We would then break the 20-point with this 1. 1, 2, 3, 4. And just bring it in to the 2 and the 4-point is the only other play, really. Which keeps the contact from the 13. That might be the play at DMP, I guess, would be my play, which would be hopping out and just coming around and leaving the lone spare checker on the 5-point. My play must win more games. But the problem with this play, of course, is the score. At 408, 208, maybe this lends itself to more Gammon losses, even though it wins more games, right? So I guess 6-2 followed by a fan, 5-3 followed by a fan, double 4s, double 1s. So if Marc makes this play, it's because of the score. Nice play, Marc. 4-3 plays safely. Still leaves 8s, though. 6-2, 5-3, double 2s, double 4s, 4-3. This just slots the 2-point. Three 1 is no safety. This leaves 7s. And he just has to kind of run with 1. There's not really anything else to do here. It would be funny if he couldn't get by. 2-1, very unlucky. A 7 hits. 7s happen all the time, but they don't happen now. And now we just cover. And there's a chance he doesn't get by again. But he does. 6-5 just goes all the way to the 1. And Marc wants to stick around again, at least for another roll, seeing as how 6-1 and 5-1 all these shots. (6-5) clears the point. We get another game. And the score will be 208, 208. And at that match score, most players just double almost immediately as the game begins and treats it like a DMP or double match point situation. Double 6 for Michi. No decision for a forced play, which is funny. 5-1, and the game is over. 208, 208 incoming. That is the match score. The score is 5-5 in a race to 7. In backgammon, in the backgammon world, we talk about away scores. So 208, 208. Plenty for one game. 1:39 seconds. I was at what was that? What was the tournament in Chicago? I was playing a match against Ryan Rebello, and I had like 7 seconds left, and ended up playing like 5 games with 7 seconds on my clock.
Okay. Yeah, no worries.
He actually had maybe 2 minutes at that time and finished with less time than me.
I didn't realize.
And won the match, won the PR. Not bad.
Yeah.
I did. I finished that tournament undefeated, actually. The BMAB tournament in Chicago a few years ago. 4-1 is a double hitter. Michi would love to roll an ace from the roof, right? Double take, no double take. We'll see the exact same equities here. It makes no difference whether or not you choose to double or not to double. So he gets rid of the decision by just doubling immediately. 2-3 enters with both. Yes, Eric Peterson, while I was talking to you the entire time, I forgot that I was also talking to spectators of the match while I had 7 seconds on my clock. For the entertainment value, of course. Nice to see you in the chat today, Eric. Will you be in Monaco? Are you already here? This is the last game now that this game has been doubled. 208, 208, now effectively DMP, so gammons don't matter. So if gammons don't matter, we just want to make the play that's going to win the most games. We have to enter with the 1, and I guess the 5 could come down. Seems totally reasonable. It's going to be very difficult for Marc to claw his way back in the PR here without Michi doing something ridiculous. Michi doesn't do ridiculous things very often. 4-1 is fantastic. It makes the 5 point. Solid advantage to Michi now. Marc would love to roll something like 6-4, which would even this out. But he can't, of course, and so maybe the 5 comes down. We split from the back. We could also, yeah, I mean, this seems okay. 22-16 seems very difficult for me. I don't know if I could find that play over the board. Actually, you know what I'm going to say? I know for sure I would not be able to find that play over the board. It's a bit too crazy to me. This 4, I would just step up and play 6-5. You could hit twice. But 24-20, 6-5 would be my normal-ish sort of play. Glad to see it's close. Eric Peterson just walked into the room here, he said. I'm looking around. I don't see him yet, but I'm sure he'll be here. Yeah, this double hit, I mean, I don't know if I could find that, to be honest. I like 24-20, 6-5. It's a play I understand. And I like to make plays I understand because it allows me to follow through with the game plan. A game plan that I understand. So this 6 should probably hit. If you could hit, you could come out. Yeah. What was better there? That's interesting to see. Did his PR go up or down? Or did it stay the same? Wow. Marc is getting some tough rolls. Ah, into the hotel room. Okay. Anchors have a lot less value at these DMP type scores, right? I mean, if you can't get gammon, the value of an anchor goes down tremendously. And so, like, choosing to make an anchor at DMP is something that I'm like, oh, should I do that? The fact that you could hit and just lift is also very interesting because it looks ugly. But there's merit to it because it stops your opponent from rolling. – 4-2 is great. How we play it, I don't know, but it looks great. Making the 4 is, I mean, it looks super strong. Just keeps your opponent trapped that way. And when he rolls a 5 to make the other anchor, it still looks very scary. Because 5 what, you know? 2-1 doesn't have to worry about it. This hits, I believe. Could pick and pass seems reasonable. Marin says his PR went up, so it was the wrong 6. Yeah, I was thinking in terms of tempo when I came to the hitting play. 5-2, what a shot from Marc. Staying alive, staying alive. He's nodding his head. He feels the momentum. Maybe it's coming. Maybe there's a chance if he doesn't hit back. Double fours from the roof. Where is the last one, though? That's my question, because we want to make the 20. But what do we do with the last one? Maybe we can't make the anchor. Maybe we just come all the way out. How about that? Right? Like I said, DMP, do we need the anchors? Anchors are fantastic if you want to save Gammon. Here at the score, maybe we don't need it. What we need is our other structure. That stuff will keep us in line. White's forward position is actually quite weak, so this play looks kind of obvious. Keeping our anchor at DMP at the cost of like structure in our outfield doesn't seem like a great idea. So I think he'll just look at this and he'll come to this conclusion. Yeah, you have to. Anything else just seems much worse. 2-1. Not making it easy on these players, are they? Double fours again. And this doesn't play nearly as well. Does this, gives him a 2. I mean, I'm not worried as black yet, but if white can find a way to make the 5-point, they'll have themselves a bit of a game. They do not. They do get to clean up that checker, though. 4-2. There's the 4, and the 6 just comes in. I guess that's a pretty good sequence for Marc all the way around. 5-3 just comes out. I would have a hard time with this. I see the benefit of it, of course. By staying there instead of going all the way here, when he gets hit with a number, he can hit back oftentimes, right? Here, if we get hit with an ace, it's very hard for us to hit back. But if we stayed on the 9 and he hit us with 3-1, we could have hit back with 5s. Double 2s makes the 7. This could be fun because there's a chance Marc might be forced, Michi might be forced off his forward anchor here. And tons of bad things can happen when this is happening. Marc needs to find a good number here. Any 2-5 hits and comes out. Fantastic shot. He just has to hold his breath now. And of course, holding your breath is easy. Oh, and he rolls the 4 and a 4-6. So the 4 comes in and the 6 just hops out over the structure. I think it's better than the double hit. Oh no, the double hit is actually the better play. Crazy. Absolutely nuts. He's considering it though. He hasn't hit the clock yet. Okay, he has. I definitely would not have done the double hit. 5-3, so the 5 hits. Let's do that first, and the 3 goes to the 12. And Marc just wants to roll a 2. Can he have a 2? No, a 5-4. Tons of numbers point on him, and a 2 steps up. 2-6 just comes out. Yeah, just come out. You don't need this headache. You just need a single game. There are no gammons, right? So, especially at the score. 2-1, okay. Probably one of Marc's best numbers. He's certainly significantly happier that he hopped out after that. 2-1, just makes the bar with the ace, and the 2 just bears in, I think. But you want to have the bar, because even if he rolls 6-4 and hits you on the outside, he still has a checker trapped on the 24. 6-3. Well, the 3 slots the 4, and then the 6 can slot the 2. But it's funny because, like, the main thought at DMP is, do I come off my anchor? And it is a darn good thing he didn't, because the double 5s would have closed the gate. Go to the 5 and cover. Michi has this one locked up so far. 2-6 hops out. 2-6 hops out. What if he rolls 2-1? That would be hilarious. So you have to hop out, because if he rolls 2-1, that would be hilarious. And remember, we're looking for comedy in backgammon. And if you can think of the sickest thing that could happen to your opponent, you have to play for it. And here, 2-1 is the funniest thing that could happen. So you have to hop out. Oh, 6-1. Close to a 2-1. I think 6-5 is better, just in case you roll double 6. You don't leave a shot, right? Think of the sickest thing and play against it. This must be the better play here. This must be the better play here. Mark down to 11 seconds, but who's keeping track of that? Me, I am. Probably Mark as well. Probably also Michi's keeping track of the fact that Mark only has 11 seconds. Maybe he thinks if I play slow, Mark will play slow, and Mark will run out of time. That would be one way to win.
This check was here. So this is the reason. Yes.
Well, we're not leaving it there. I can tell you that much. So. Six-one, okay, just covers it, comes down, has 2s, 3s, and 4s to cover on the next roll. 2-1 just clears the 7, perfect roll, lovely for Michi. 4-5, the 4 covers, the 5, I don't know, I would just probably come in, slotting the 1 is also fine. Don't think any of it really matters right now. 5-2. Okay, so maybe we just clear the 6. Yeah, the problem with this is then the distribution looks poor, and you just want to clear the 6. As long as you don't leave a shot here, you're not going to lose. So making safer plays to not leave shots seems reasonable. Like 2-3 just clears the 6. Double 6 for Marc. 6, 6, 6, 6. 6-4. All right, Marc definitely doesn't want another 6. He wants to be able to stay there for a minute, and he has to come out. This is not good because his chances of winning via the race are bad, and they just got worse. 2-1, okay. It's basically done now. 4 off. The 2 fills in the gap on the 2-point. Marc's going to need something special here. Come in with the 5, take the 6 off. Your 5s will take off a lot of checkers anyway. 6-3. I think Marc's going to need a few extra dice here. I think that's going to be the only way. And double 5s, and now that path is closed. The door is closed. Michi wins the match, and it looks preliminarily, I don't think it's going to switch, that Michi also wins the PR, playing a 1.9 versus Marc's 3.17. I'm getting killed on my under-over bet right now, but that's good news for the players and just bad news for me. So fantastic match number 4. I look forward to match number 5 starting soon. So just take a few minute break here, probably come back in 10 to 15. I don't know if the other match is done now or not. I'll go find out and see what's happening over there and come back. Please feel free to smash the like button and subscribe to the Backgammon Galaxy YouTube channel. My name is Justin Knoll, professional player and coach from New York, living in London. If anyone's interested in lessons with me, please feel free to send me an email at justin@backgammonuniversity.com. Yes, we have 2 more matches to be streamed today. Next up, Michihito Kageyama versus the young Oliver Squire.
I almost thought the screen was frozen because you were just on screen. I didn't see your hair physically. I just saw here, and it was just like super still.
Yeah.
So what are you doing for the rest of the week?
Whatever task that comes up.
Yeah.
Graphics, I'll be posting like after today. Taking, hopefully it'll be done within an hour. Like the sheets. So I take the biggest graphic.
Yeah, it's good to see that.
We have some boards that I think he'll win. As soon as he can.
I'm sorry, I don't know if you noticed this pylon in the rule that I won.
Actually, when you accumulate enough 0 points,
But you thought the goal was to get the most points. It's actually opposite day today, my friend. You done goose.
I got it like for a couple bands up the road. Oh, the other band? It's so difficult to find just like plain white shoes without a lot of fuss. Your sole goes all over. Or a big shirt where it just says like Gucci on it.
He's not that used to it. Like, used to it. I was like, first I had to see if ZZ was around. Where's ZZ? ZZ loves all of it. I was looking for him wearing the bucket hat. I didn't even see him with his bucket hat. Like an adult.
Because I remember one you
Okay, so he's still balling, but just without a locus. Dropping like 8. So you guys have this in extra, extra long. I'm actually saving money on my small and tall. So the small and the extra, extra large are the same price. All right.
Right. I was
Round 5 kicking off. We've got the young Oliver Squire versus Michihito Kageyama, otherwise known as Michi from Japan. And Michi is one of the point leaders here with Hideaki Ueda. I'm not sure exactly what their point totals are, but I think Hideaki Ueda is outright winning the overall average PR. I think he's playing under a 2. So, yeah, that's very, very good for him. 3-2. I believe the 2 should make the 11 or hit. Very tough decision. Oh, we can make the advanced anchor as well. Yeah, that seems reasonable too. Yeah, I like that better now that I see it. Yeah, now that I see it, I like making the advanced anchor. Hitting, of course, has merit because it does stop their development. And it's not like the 3-point anchor is like the best anchor, but it's better than no anchor. That's for sure. Certainly a tough decision, but he made the best play. 6-1 can hit outside, which I like. Don't think making the bar has enough value to justify not hitting. 4-6 just comes in and then out, I would say. I like this play. I think black probably has a small advantage here. Really comes down to whether or not they can make the points they want to make next. And the 5 just comes down, slotting the 6 away point. If he can get away with this and maybe make the 9 or one of the inner board points next roll, he'll be doing really good. And he does get missed, and this makes the 10 point. Let's see if black can follow through by making an inner board point or making the 9. Yeah, or not, or just not rolling any of those numbers at all. I guess the real question becomes is, do we just make the 4? That's what he's thinking about. What are the other options? Cleaning it all up, 13, 8, 9 to 6, just playing for your 20 pip racing lead. Yeah, I mean, that does sound reasonable, just stacking everything up. He's going to take a look at it now. And he hates it, but he just, he just like begrudgingly just makes the best play. Thank you all for tuning in. If you wouldn't mind smashing the like button, subscribing to the Backgammon Galaxy YouTube channel. My name is Justin Noel. I will be your commentator here for the rest of the week. 6-3. Does this just run? I mean, seems like the theme oftentimes when you're stuck on the 3-point, but maybe you're not up enough in the race to justify it, so maybe you do play 2 down. He's just looking at it, counting the race after the play. He'll see that he's down 17, I guess, and then put it back. And then I guess the only play would be to play 2 down. He's only down 8 after the play. 3-6 doesn't go far, so the 6 comes down and the 3 steps up. I know you're stepping up under the gun, but like he has the bar made. We have to find a way to get out at some point anyway. Seems like an almost forced play. And now there are a couple of good rolls here for Oliver. If he can roll one of them, 2-1 makes the 5. This is a pretty big improvement to his position. Of course, black can still leave with a 5. This is what Michi's hoping for. There is no 5. 6-2 is not great. Maybe we just play 13 to 5. He decides not to. And I guess this duplicates 6-2, which I think is the point, is that 6-2 hits outside and 6-2 makes the 4 point. Oh, 1-6, the worst. And, I mean, there might be a cube here. What is the race? He's down 14 pips. Maybe not. Maybe he can still take super easily even after covering. But he's got to think about it. I mean, the take is really easy since there's 2 checkers stuck behind a 4' on the other side, and you're not even at the edge of it. So I can see the take is very easy. It's not like he's threatening to make a 6'. He's just threatening to make a 5'. 5'? They're not 6'. That's for sure. And, the threat here, he might not even execute on it. He might roll something poor. 5-4 is an option. Not the best number there. I'm sure there's a few more like that. (6-5) wouldn't. No, 6-5 covers, I guess. But, like, how do we... Yeah, long story short, there are some bad ones as well. He's really considering it. This wouldn't be a good start for his PR against Michi. You know, when you make the 5-point board, it's not like it's a market loss, and I think that's why the take is so easy, because even if you make it, Michi could still take. Because you still have 2 checkers stuck behind that structure, right? But I guess when you make it easy for him, you know, that's the problem. So even though you still might win the game, oh, double 5s is the worst. Numbers like this are very, very bad. He just wanted to fill in the 4, and now he's on the verge of crunching already. Double 5s, and this makes the 1 point. So Oliver's kind of running out of time as well. We can see that he's going to need to roll a 6 pretty quickly, because if he doesn't, he's going to be crunching. In 2-4, this just maybe either goes to the 1, maybe keeps a bit more flexibility than doing this. I think I'm thinking of like maybe 4-1 and 3-2 next roll. How we can still keep the 8-point if we roll one of those bad ones, which isn't really worth much, but yeah. Michi finds a very nice play here. 3s and 5s attack, 6s leave, so this is pretty clear. You have no choice but to hit. Anything else would be bad. But Michi's been rolling well so far, so I wouldn't be surprised if he popped a 2 here. No, 3-1, okay. Oliver needs a 6, and he needs it now. Gotta roll, gotta roll, gotta roll right now. Okay, he doesn't do it, but he just has to cover. Even though he wants to kind of split to give himself 5s and 6s to leave, he can't just leave the blot in his board either. Michi can't roll. Does Oliver roll a 6 now? Of course he does, with an ace, so he gets to step up as well. And this is a lot of trouble. A lot of trouble for Michi as far as winning goes, but as far as PR is concerned, he's doing great. Oliver will work his way down with these decisions. You'll notice big chunks of PR being taken down with every one of Oliver's decisions, and Michi doesn't get to move, right? So this is not great in a PR competition to be closed out. Seems to have worked out for him, though it did hurt the PR, that's for sure. $16-4, just bearing in. Looks like the best structure achievable here in a situation like this. And 4-1 and then 4-3. He's going to try to win a gammon here if possible. 4-1 doesn't really do that. So maybe we play 6-2, 5-4. Takes away a lot of the gammons from the position. Double 4s, doesn't even get to take anybody off. He just has to play safe, clearing both points. So I guess Black wants to fan here. Entering just basically concedes the win. And he could roll 2 big numbers here, and he does. 6-5 leaves a shot, and all Michi needs is a 4 to swing this game and start turning it around. Does he roll a 4? Of course he does. His name is Michihito Kageyama. I don't know what that means, but it means 4. I rolled a 4. That's what that means. 3-1, Oliver just comes to the edge. Michi has nothing as far as recubes are concerned yet. He's nowhere close. And this 4 has to hit. This 4 has to hit, and the 6 just comes down to try to cover when he fans, because he will fan. At least that's what Michi thinks. But he's worried, of course, that he will roll a 4 and then get gammon, but if he doesn't, he's got a very strong chance to win, and he fans with double 1s. And Oliver only has 2 checkers off, so we're getting close, but not yet. 4, and then the 6 just slots, maybe. I would just slot, but I play this game a bit too bold sometimes. And if we get away with this, it's just going to be a double pass. 2-6, and the cube comes flying, and the game is over. The cube comes a-flying and the game is just over. Because with only 2 checkers off, the threat of him covering is super strong. Michi takes a 2-point lead at the very beginning of this match here. 5-1. In a race to 7, of course, Michi is winning the overall average PR in this match so far. Oliver made just 1 mistake so far. He's playing the checkers perfectly. His mistake was the initial cube in double 5. So after a play like this, basically nothing Oliver rolls besides doubles is going to be leaving the anchor. Wow, I guess 6-5 is this? Yeah. Very, very tricky there. Double 2s. And if Oliver doesn't roll something good, this game is over. We should double. And the game is over, of course. He has a 3-point board. He's still on the roof. There's 10 checkers in the zone, and White has accomplished absolutely nothing as far as the game is concerned. So why take that just past the single point and move on? Don't want to get too overly attached to any individual game here, right? We just want to think about it logically, situationally as well, right? What kind of situation am I in at this score? What is the point worth here versus just passing and moving on to the next game? And you just saw that it wasn't worth it. He plays 2-3, 2 down. This play wins more gammons than the other plays. Slotting is usually the best idea after somebody makes a 2-down play, because they can't hit you and make the point at the same time. 5-1 makes the 5. And Black hopes to try to equalize by covering their own 5-point, which they do not do. They run. Double 2s, certainly a market loser here. What would allow him to take besides maybe doubles? Not much. So, double, and this game is over again. Believe this just ends up being double pass. No one's on the roof, but like I said, you've got nothing. You've got 2 back against really good structure. They might not hit you, but they could just make the bar point, and that looks strong enough with 2 back, right? I guess he really is considering whether or not it is too good, and it is very close, but he is using his clock time on it. You have it, you might as well use it. Right on the borderline of too good. But when you're not sure, you know, you don't know if it's borderline or not. It could be very much too good. It could be not good. And you just never know sometimes. And so in a PR competition like this, we can't take decisions like this lightly, because they could negatively affect the overall standings of the PR in this match. We see that it won't. It's basically even money, but we have the benefit of being able to look at the computer. Oliver correctly rolls on. He can make the bar point or double hit he's considering for the G's. I'm a bit of a game-winning sort of playmaker, so I would just make the bar. 2-3, not ideal. We could hit and step up. Seems like the play that's going to win the most. We're losing in a pretty bad way anyway. This seems like the play that's going to win the most games. Might give Oliver the most trouble. Oliver will still likely play on after this best play. Oh, he doesn't. It actually got better for him here, and he cashed it. Okay. Yeah, I can see it. I mean, you go, well, you know, the guy might do something. But you also might just send the third guy back, right? So there's always that.
Winners for the next round of main. Losers for the start of consolation. You should all be back at
You can pre-order the Prime board now for $899.
everybody comes back.
Fantastic board. I hope I get one. Hint, hint. Apparently there's a results link in the description to the video if people want to see the updated PRs and stuff. So let me go travel over there onto YouTube and check that myself. One, and then the two just hits. 6-5. So the 5, and yeah, I mean, I would probably play 24 to 18. I mean, this just leaves 3s and 6s. I know 3s and 6s are duplicated, but, you know, generally I can see why Michi is not considering 24 to 18 highly, because you don't like being on the 20 and the 18 at the same time because it leads to too many double hits that can swing the game too much. But, I mean, there's some double hits here too. It's not like this is without risk. It does create another blot. He rolls 4-1, which I think just makes the 20-point anchor. Seems reasonable as far as a play is concerned.
We are playing for 11 points. In intermediate, we are playing for 9 points.
These ace hits like this are hard for me, especially when there isn't a stack on the 6-point. I think this is a fantastic play by Michi. Three 1 enters both, makes a double anchor. Great shot. Double 3s. This does this.
Who might be interested
Yeah, I like this. And the last one I have no strong feelings about. I don't mind putting the checker on the 8. I don't mind doing this. I also don't mind stepping up. All of them seem okay. I maybe like this one a little bit more. And 1-6 just continues to hop out. Just trying to find a way to not get primed here. All right, so white on roll, do we have anything? You know, the distribution of the position doesn't lead me to believe that there is anything here. And after this play, it's now looking better. Okay, it's now looking better. Your overall distribution looks significantly stronger, and black hasn't really improved at all, so I think you should double now. I think you should just double now. The take is really hard here because you've developed nothing. You've developed absolutely nothing. You have the timing for it, though, which I think is why you can take. You've got nothing now, but it's not about what you have now as long as you don't have deficiencies. It's about what your timing will be when it's time to have something. Not about what you have now, what it will look like when you need to have it later. And black has good timing here. They're down a decent amount to play this game, and they're not fully being primed yet. So I can see the double here. And the take is the hard bit. I wouldn't be upset about passing this because I don't like it personally myself. Yeah, this is pretty tricky. You can see it's not ideal. You can also see he's up in the match score, which would probably point him more towards passing, even though he knows he must win a bunch of games here. I could see myself taking to try to win, but I could also see how that would really, really make me feel bad if I lost 4 points in this game. So there's quite a good chance I would pass as well. Just depends on the day. I don't know what my level of confidence would be in a situation like this to say I think it's a take when I can see that we've got nothing. Michi finds the take. This is just making the 14 point, which is a 3% error. 4 or 5 fans. This helps his timing. Three, 2. All right, so we could step up with the 3 and maybe slot the 9. Seems reasonable to me. I like my play because making the 9 would be nice. Escaping would also be nice. 3-4 just comes out probably. We don't just want to have 5 checkers getting primed back there. It doesn't seem ideal. I know we likely will, because we probably will get hit on the 7 and maybe they make it. 5-1 just hits loose on the 7. One 4. I don't like this. I don't like this. Let's just keep 3 on the 24 and get rid of our double anchor. I don't know many rolls that don't hit me back. This one I like. Looks playable. And if he rolls a 6, it's not the biggest deal in the world. But with the double anchor game and decent timing, you could get away with playing this now. Just have to find a way to get the 3rd checker off the 24 somehow and out into the outfield. As long as you can keep your position from crunching, you're doing good. Six 4, okay. So this makes the bar and I guess hits just to do something to come out. Hitting and slotting the deuce is a very back game sort of play, where your idea isn't to cover the 2-point, it's to leave the blot there so you can get hit to help manipulate the timing in your favor, which is why he's considering a bunch of plays that make the bar and don't hit here. Because what he doesn't want to do is allow his opponent to be down 100 pips and allow him to time this game. But hitting and playing 6-2 defends against that, because you want to leave the blot on the 2 to be hit to make yourself down less, which will help black crunch sooner and not give them such great timing in this game. Very difficult decision, and it's good for Oliver to see that it's a difficult decision. It's also difficult to see how to make the play, and this was my initial play. It's wrong by 0.004, which I'll live with. I'll be fine. And we make the 5. And I guess we don't care so much about getting hit again. We could just slot the 7 if we want. We could make the 5. None of these things are going to be that bad, I think. Going to the 7 looks flexible, though. It puts 4 ducks in a row, which is like a nice start to a prime. Two 4. Double 3s to just slot the 4-point, and then maybe slot the 7 afterwards, leaving the shot. Okay, don't leave the shot. Fine by me. Slot the deuce, 14-11. That is certainly the correct 4 here, because we're not really even sure if white should be hitting with an ace. 5-1, right? Notice Michi isn't really keen to even hit the checker because he thinks that all it would do would help his opponent time the game, which of course he doesn't want. Three, 1. I would slot the 3 and slot the 7. This is also fine. 2-1. Go to the 7 point. Seems okay. Guess he's thinking about whether or not he wants to use the ace to slot the back of the prime to maybe get hit. But I don't love it here. Yeah, I think I like this one better. Eight to 5 is strange, but I can see that it's working on pre-clearing the 8 point against the anchors. Maybe no 5s, except maybe 5-2 should hit anyway, and double 5s. But yeah, I mean, I don't see this. I don't understand.
We have Mr. Elton or Mr. Cattier in the hall.
Very, very hard to find breaking the 8 point with 2-1. That's one to Marc. Very, 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 very tricky. But if Michi can roll a 2 to step up, he might have a way to time this game. He also would like Oliver to roll something big. He doesn't yet. So maybe playing in and then playing in again with this one seems okay. Does Michi roll a 2? No, he rolls one of his worst numbers, double 4s. And this makes the 2 point. Oh, 6-5. This is a double shot. Absolutely is a double shot. Have to look at it twice to make sure it really happened. And it is. There's 2 blots exposed now. 4s, 5s, and 6s. 5-1. Hits if you want it. I don't know what else you're going to do to try to win. Hit and lift. And if he fans, he doesn't. Enters and switches and lifts the blot. This looks like a very strong roll. The tempo gained from the switch is massive. Five, 6 fans. Oliver in the driver's seat. Can he get out from behind the structure? And he can. Six-1 just enters and hops out, controlling and spying the outfield, trying to make it hard for White to get around. Does White roll something big? No. And the ace, so yeah, he's considering whether or not he wants to come out into the double shot or put a 5th checker on the deuce point. This looks bad, but of course he doesn't want to give shots. So maybe the 6 comes out and the 4 slots the 1, just trying to stay back to maintain as much contact as possible. I like this idea. And 4-2. Okay, can we afford to stay back any more? Hurt our structure more just to not come forward? It's going to be difficult to come around anyway. This is the play that leaves no direct shots. He chose it. 5-3 has to hit somewhere, right? Yeah, that works. Six three hits from the roof. Rude. 1-6 just hops out again. Okay. Giving Michi some life. Three, 2 misses. 2 comes out. Maybe the 3 just covers. Now he wants to bear around and slot the 6 point and try to fill that back in. The 5 comes in and the 2 just comes off. Double fours, doesn't leave a shot, doesn't take anybody off, just clears the 6 point. Forced. 5-1 should slot the 6. Have to get prepared to cover that because you'll need it to win once you get a shot. 6-2 is just 2 off. Michi would love to cover now. 6-1 doesn't cover, but he'll maximize his chances of covering by doing this. Double ones, just picks everyone up. Problem solved. Oliver rolls 6-4, no trouble yet. He's got even number of checkers on the 2 point as well. 5-3 comes off the anchor to give him aces to play to leave a shot. He doesn't roll an ace, he rolls 6-5. And now he's even, so maybe if he can escape, he should go. But he can't. But he's still supposed to go for the BG save. Because, of course, BGs will win the match. Can Oliver do it? Oh! And the BG wins the match for the young Oliver Squire. And the PR is close. On rollout, anything could happen here. So let's stay tuned to see what this is going to be like. What a way to win this. Oliver would have won the backgammon anyway with that roll, but that is pretty crazy. That could be, well, it's certainly a 1 point win for Oliver, but after the rollout, the PRs could certainly switch. That is definitely within the margin of error. So we'll take a small break here, and we'll come back in a bit. The other match is already done as well, so maybe we'll have a chance to start the next one pretty soon. I'll see you guys in a bit. Thank you all for tuning in. Smash the like button. Subscribe to the Backgammon Galaxy YouTube channel. Please feel free to do that. My name is Justin Noel. I will be your commentator here all week long. Smash the like button. Subscribe to the Backgammon Galaxy YouTube channel. And if you're interested in backgammon lessons with me, Justin Noel, please feel free to send me an email at justin@backgammonuniversity.com. We'll be coming back in a few minutes' time. See you in a bit.
registrations are closed for MC Open divisions, and together with rebuys in Championship division, we are playing the event with 132 players in total. And in intermediates, our total number is 62 after all, for your information, sir.
One of the Japanese guys. Hideaki Ueda, I think. All right, so to answer some of these questions, I think it is just a round robin tournament. Whoever wins the most points is the winner. The end. It is possible, I guess, some players could be mathematically eliminated at some point. But as far as I know, it's essentially a 12 round robin tournament. And whoever has the most points at the end is the winner. The end. I think. Wow. So that backgammon really cost him there against Oliver. Might have also cost him the PR point. I can scroll back a little bit. Just going to scroll through the match here. get down to the decision when he had the opportunity to potentially come off of the BG. All right, let's play back from here. 5-3, of course, he had to come off. I'm just rewatching the match a little bit. Six, 5. There's 4 checkers there. And what did he roll next? 3-2. It was a 3-2, not a 4-2, so he couldn't come off the BG exactly. That's why it couldn't be that big of an error to stay. I don't think, right? Let me see how big of an error it was to stay. Yeah, I mean, it's not on the list, which is never a good sign. I think the concern is that Oliver rolls 2 decent numbers that don't leave a shot, and then you also don't roll a number large enough to get out next roll. And saving the backgammon at 6 away is so important. They just want you to give up and not lose the BG. And I think, you know, maybe he was thinking, oh, he rolls a double anyway. I'm going to lose a BG, so maybe I just wait for the ace, and maybe I don't even lose gammon. So, yeah, that makes sense. So I'll go back to the live view, which is just me chatting to you guys and gals. And I think we'll be starting the next match very, very soon. I see the transcriber making her way back into the room. Can't start without her, of course. Can't start without the players either. You know who you can start out without? You can start without me. How about that? How does that make me feel that they can start without me? I feel fine. Just kidding. All right, so round 6, our final match of the day, of our streaming day. The stream is done after the very next match. We have the young Oliver Squire versus Marc Olsen. And the first time they played today, I believe Oliver won the match. I think he also won the PR. So Oliver won the match and the PR against Marc in their very first meeting earlier today on Stream 2. Yeah, I mean, I guess you could just check us out on the BMAP website as well, Simon.
Hey Tara, did we get the PRs from me versus Ueda last round? You're next week. I think I saw your last match this week. Okay. They find over.
We are all fish just swimming in a sea. Some of us just bigger than others, that's all. But we're all prey for somebody. Unless you're Hideaki Ueda, apparently. Oliver Squire versus Marc Olsen, round 2. Oliver, like I said, won the match and the PR versus Marc in their first meeting. We'll see how it goes this time. 6-3, 3-1, 5-4. Just comes and swings all the way around, I think, to the 9 point. Seems reasonable. No need to play static. The match is too early. You might get missed. Oliver doesn't miss very often, but when he does, you'll then get to build. He misses here. So, yeah, we could play 2 down. This seems like a good play. It's hard for him to build and hit those checkers at the same time. So, very nice play from Oliver. 3-2 makes the bar. It's probably like one of the weaker numbers you could roll with the distribution that you had to just make the bar. And this makes the bar on the other side as well. Making the 7 point is better than making the 4 point here because 6-5 just kills you. Ho, 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 the punishment for the play. The best thing about making the bar is that no number actually gets to the midpoint. So the bar is certainly better than the 4 in that situation because of 6-5. No doubt about it. The fact that he rolled the number that proves it is just the universe having a sense of humor. This position is a bit too inflexible, I think, to double, but he's considering it, of course, because double 2s is like a market loss, and you just make the 11, and then double next roll. And this really improves the flexibility, the form and fit of your position. 4-6 goes nowhere, and I think this game is now over. This is what we call a market-losing sequence, in my opinion. And everything is 1.000 after the ad revealed it to us once again. So that's good. I agree. A 2.9 average PR for Marc, but still 0 points in the tournament is absolutely astonishing and obviously ridiculous. You know, I made the joke with Marc earlier. I go, you know, 3 to 4 years ago, that was good enough to win, Marc. And now, not so much. It's crazy that 2 players are playing better than that. Hopefully we'll see some more blood in the water tomorrow and some worse PRs with some crazy positions. I think we've had crazy positions. It's just that the players are finding their way through them. Everyone is so good now. And correctly passes. I know he's not down that much in the race, but his position stinks, and there's many things that could just clobber him. So good on the pass here, of course. Six, 4. Yeah, I think 6-4 after 3-1 just runs all the way as the book move. Certainly the play for money. Hit here with the builder on the 9-point splits 24 to 20. If the builder was somewhere else, we might bring the other checker down. You know, when you play this game with the critical and eye enough, you can get through a lot of it with just pattern recognition, provided you've looked at these sequences enough. This is a good play from Oliver. Builder on the 9 means we should split. It's their best builder. I think we gain a lot when we get away with this. I mean, we could get away with it. Six, 3 misses. Wait, what happened here? Did he roll 6-3? What did I miss here? Sorry, I looked away to cough. I have to figure out what's going on. Ah, so 6-3 hit this way. Okay, I see what I saw. Okay, okay. Whether or not he wanted to hit this one and get hit back the least, or whether or not he wanted to hit on the 18 was the decision. Yeah, I looked away to cough for a moment and missed the whole play. Certainly think it's better to hit on the 7. 4-4. This enters and hits and makes the 2. I think we could forego that and just make the 5, but I like putting 2 on the roof. We all know that's pretty good most of the time. But of course, we have to think about the different options because, you know, why not? We're here. We've got the time for it. Don't want to overlook anything. But 2 on the roof is 2 on the roof. Now this is overthinking. I'll tell you that. Just making the 9 and coming out. You know, I don't know how this is better than putting 2 on the roof. 2 on the roof, and he doesn't roll a 3 to make that second anchor. This game could just be over. And I like it when the game can just be over. I like it when there's variations where the game can just be over, and I don't know if there's any way the game can just be over here. So many more numbers enter and make a double anchor, which is why the game is super far from over here. Super far from over, it had me close to being like supercalifragilistic, who knows, kill me. Expialidocious. Yeah, so he comes to find the better play here. And 2-6 fans, and this game is over. And the question is whether or not it's too good. I don't think it's too good. It's only a 2-point board. You're not likely to make the 3. So we just double and the game is over. Brent Vaughn in the chat says, as my mom used to say, do something, even if it's wrong, let's go. Don't know if that's great advice, but it's advice for sure. Even if it's wrong, just make a decision. Let's go. I guess it makes sense, like, if you're in time control problems, right? But we're not there yet. This is a massive pass. You know, you're on the roof with 2 checkers. There's another checker to be hit. It's not looking good. Not looking good. Oliver is definitely an optimistic fella, though. He can take deep ones. I've seen it with my own 2 eyes. Yeah, I knew it. There wasn't a 0% chance. And Mark, you can see, he looked at the camera. He looked at us and was like, what? Are you sure? Mark couldn't believe it. We just make the 5 here. That 3 isn't going anywhere. Mark looked. He thinks he's got a PR point now, but he might not win. Oliver made the double anchor, so there's something here. 4-3 makes the 9 and hits. I guess we don't have to make the 9, but I would. Oliver took a 300 pass here, but he still might just win the game, so that might not matter for much. 2-3. Okay, we can make this outside point if you're nervous. Don't know how nervous I am. But I guess it's just an easy way to lock it up. But we still have to bring the game home. So maybe the 3 comes in splits and the 6 comes down, or we could run all the way out. All of these seem like reasonable options. Yes, of course, Neil. He's very, 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 very lucky to make this second anchor. That wasn't a given, which is why it was a pass, of course. You might not make the second anchor. Marc just might point on you. These were definitely parts of the equation. 5-1 just hits. And 1-5, you're kind of stuck now. This is not ideal, but white does have the deuce point made, which doesn't help their position at all. Certainly takes away from the flexibility of it, and it's going to make it hard for him to bring this home. 6-4. Okay, just 2 down, or are we trying to be hit? I don't think so. So maybe 2 down is fine. The only other play would be to come down and slot the 4, but I like this better. Double 2s. Do we just make the 4 point now? Yeah, I like this. Even though it gets rid of the solid 5 prime, making the 4 isn't going to be easy, so I think we should just do it now. I'm not worried about my opponent coming out or hitting me with something. I'm worried about filling in the 4. That's the issue I had with us having the 2 point in this situation, is that like we don't have enough spares to just maybe fill in the 4 naturally. So double 2s is an amazing number, actually. An absolutely amazing number for filling in the gap that's going to cause us problems later on. We can just solve that issue now. I don't know if Oliver won the PR point versus Michi Ryan. I think in the description to this video there is a link to the standings. And so I would check there. And yeah, we could play 9-4 and just slot because there's 3 blots in his board. So we need to think strategy versus tactics, and tactics in this situation. That's also another video I have coming out on Galaxy soon. The tactics of this situation are telling you that there's no fear in you getting hit. Look at his board, right? The other side of the board is telling us the story about what we should be doing in this situation. And the 2 should just step up maybe. We could just cover as well, but I don't know. I would just step up. Having 3 checkers on the 24 can't benefit me in any way. That's all I'm thinking, is having 3 checkers on the 24 cannot benefit me in any way. Yeah, no, this is a good play, Marc. I like it. I like it better than covering, because covering could go wrong if he enters and hits outside. This can't really go wrong. Everyone is still behind a 5 prime. 2-6 fans, okay. So Oliver's going to have this 1-3 game. He really wants to enter with a 3 and find some way to not break. Because if he enters low with an ace, his position could start to crunch pretty soon, because he does have the time to play it, but it's getting a bit hairy. Okay, it's getting better now that he keeps fanning. 6-1. Well, the 6 is forced. Maybe we play 6-5. I don't know. We could play 8-7 as well. Start to break these points. You know, we don't love this. 6-5 is okay. I like the idea of 8-7, to be honest. I think that would be my go-to play in a situation like this, is try to get these points cleared while my opponent is on the roof. Six is forced again, and the 2 just goes to the 6 for better distribution. Oliver's going to be able to time this game. Although until he enters 1-5, his PR is going to be pretty bad. But of course, that's just because he hasn't had enough decisions yet to bring it back down. But 250 take is hard in a competition like this. It's not ideal. 5-4 just has to hop out, I think. 5-4, I don't know, man. You break your board, you can't win. You break your board, you can't win these sorts of games. You see, you just have to hop off the anchor, like I told you so. You know, but you know this. Everyone knows this. Broken boards don't win games, just like closed mouths don't get fed. Breaking your board in backgammon is akin to breaking the law. And I know it looks bad, but the other one doesn't look great either. And it looks like you're just going to be forced to run off next roll anyway. It's not like something miraculous is going to happen. It's going to allow you to, like, have an amazing position by breaking your board. Have a no 6 point, a blot on the 1, 3 checkers on the deuce. Is this what we're doing? I don't think so. And if we do, it's not good. Crunching is losing. We only break our board in karate class. That is the line. And you guys have heard me say it enough. But maybe Oliver doesn't watch my commentary. He's sick of my voice. He hears me in person enough, you know? But this one and its curtains for the PR in this match. Marc could play the rest of this thing blindfold and still win the PR if this play is made, I think. You can't have the ace point made in these back games. And you don't really have a back game anymore. I mean, you're just going to have a well-timed ace point game and just deal with it. That's just what it's going to be. And I heard this from a friend of mine back in the day. It might have been Abe, where he goes, it's better to have a well-timed ace point game than a broken back game. At least you still have your board. If you do the other play, you've got nothing. But I think he's thinking, at least I still have my double anchors. But what are those going to do when your board looks like that? Exactly, and that was the point of the 2 earlier. Instead of covering to step up, like I was talking about, Neil, was that you just don't want to crash. Crashing and crunching your board, they're the same thing, by the way. Just terrible, terrible stuff. Double ones. Really needed a 2 there. I mean, Oliver still could win this game. Glad he kept his board. Six one just hops out from the 24. Just keeps it moving, right? We're not covering. We just want to keep ourselves from crunching. We'll cover later. 6-4. Good news for Marc. Gets to clear the point. Marc is like happy. He thinks he's winning. He thinks he's winning his very first PR point, which he is, I think. But I don't know. I mean, he did go up to a 5, and Oliver's back down at an 8. Oliver didn't make the big mistake. But he saw the take and looked at the camera, so he knows. This 6-5 just comes off here. I like this. Staying on the 22 is good because he might get a double shot, right? He could roll something silly. Anything with a 2 is silly. Anything with a 2 is a double shot, so we hit, I think, and then take the checker off. Oh, he's doing it the wrong way. You hit and take the checker off, so there's fewer numbers. Is he seeing it? Oh, okay. No, but you hit and take the checker off, Marc. Hit and off. 6 off is good because it means you can take if you're hit, maybe, right? Here is probably fewer overall numbers. I haven't counted, but I don't think he looked at the hit and take off yet. Maybe it's only like 2 more numbers. I haven't stopped to count. Yeah, there we go. We looked at this variation. This is the he hasn't hit variation and just took off without hitting, which is more numbers. That's 20 numbers. Has he not looked at hitting and taking off? This is very confusing. So this is 20 numbers, but if you don't look at the other variation, that's like the middle of the road play. Or maybe it's a few more numbers, but the extra checker off. I'm not sure if he knows the starting position anymore. He hasn't looked at the hit and take off play. Because of the extra games you can win in these post-late hit situations with 6 off. It's so much easier to win later on. He's going to see it. No, he's not going to see it. I think this is just an oversight that he hasn't looked at the play yet. Wow. I didn't expect that one. But it's working out. It's working out. Miss me, miss me. Now you gotta, what? How does it go? No. It can't be. He must have just missed that he could hit and take a checker off. That's all. Tavan Balian, I don't know if I'm pronouncing that correctly, said brain must be tired. Brain must be tired so much when I first read that, I thought it said Brian might be tired. And I was like, who's Brian? So, yeah, you're correct. The brain might be tired. I agree with you. Or Brian. 4-2. Well, there's the... Wow, this is catastrophic. Wait, what's happening here again? Let's just set this all back up, and let's play the forced number first. You see, if we start playing numbers out of order, that's not good. So how about we play the forced number first, which is 4 off. The 4 is forced. We have no choice. And then we can think about the 2. If we're playing the 2 first, we're putting ourselves in blunder territory, my friend. Not all blunders, but all my blunders begin with, not playing the forced move first. So let's take off the 4. Right? You're playing the numbers out of order. And this is very confusing. So we take off the 4 first, and then we can then look at both 2s and see which one leaves fewer numbers. Or maybe he already played it, and I'm just missing it, but he must have. Let me just rewind this a second. Okay, so there was already a checker there. Yeah. I mean, if we hit, it's way fewer than 20 numbers, right? And if we take off the 2, it's 20 numbers. So the hit must be way less than 20 numbers. And getting hit less when my opponent has a 5-point board seems ideal. The problem with this is it's 20 numbers. The other play is 11 direct numbers plus 6-2, 5-2. So that's just 15, right? And 1-2. So that's 17. Fewer numbers seems better. Because getting hit seems like it would make me lose. And if getting hit more makes me lose more, I don't like getting hit. And he hits. And with 8 checkers off, okay, well, let me just think about this. So, anyone know his take point on a 4 cube here at 6 away, 7 away? No. Okay, good. So Marc just takes it. Well done, Marc. And 6-3, I think, should probably just go to the 13 point. I like this. You know, this gives the best coverage over the catastrophic numbers, like 1-6. Now he would have a triple shot, which is what I'm protecting against. I would just think about the sickest thing that he could roll and protect against it. The sickest thing he could roll is 1-6. And now I have a triple shot. And now I slot the back of the prime because I'm getting killed in the race. And if he rolls 1-6, I'll kick and scream. 1-4. Okay, better than 1-3, that's for sure. 1-3 would have been terrible. And does he make it? Does it cover? 1, 2. It doesn't cover. It doesn't cover, so he has to hit. If it doesn't cover, he has to hit. So those are the first two. And I think we just take this checker and do this just to try to cover the 6. And now Marc really needs an ace, but not an ace-3. Oh, I thought he rolled it. It was so close. 2-4, okay. And then we just bring this in. We don't come out because he could roll 1-3. And 1-3 would be hilarious. And remember, we are always playing for what? Comedy. We are playing for comedy. And you don't really get punished by much, right? Double 3s will just make the board, so you don't really lose if you roll that number. So stay for the 1-3. Oh, come on. What if he rolls 1-3? You got to stay for a 1-3. I guess 1-3 still works, but it would work even better the other way. And you don't want to cover because you want him to roll an ace. 1-3, you see? You see? You see? How much nicer would it have been if you had two on the roof like this? But you still smash him with 1s and 4s, and he rolls the ace. He rolls the ace, and you have to hit with the ace. That way you can pick up the 3rd checker. Then how does Marc win then? I mean, if you play the 4 to hit, my name is Aunt Jemima. And that's all I'm saying. Is that if you hit with the 4, I make maple syrup. That's just it. So let's enter with the 1. Because if we enter with the 4, I don't know what's going on. Okay. What? I see it's not nuts because you win like a ton, but like, I mean, what? This is giving Marc a chance, I guess. Oh, he makes it. Okay. And Marc fans. So, I mean, okay, it worked. But I wouldn't have done it. So Marc can still eke out a point here, even if he loses the match. But Oliver is still working it down, and this is like his worst case scenario because he could end up with a lower PR based on decisions. Just bearing around and off in this game. It's possible he can make up this much PR just bearing in and off. It's possible. It could happen. I've seen crazier things. I've also seen less crazy things. I've woken up in the morning and I've seen a bird fly. Not crazy at all. Now, if I woke up in the morning and I saw a pig fly, that would be something else. Okay, this was bad. He could leave a shot. Marc wants to roll. There you go, just for fun. Just for funsies. And double 5s leaves a shot. He can't believe it. I can believe it. And we take the extra checker off, of course. And Marc needs to enter with a 6 here. Marc needs it. But he doesn't get what you need. You don't always get what you want. But sometimes. (3-1). He fans a... No, he doesn't fan. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4. I think we got to take the checker off. He needs to get to an even number of rolls. And now if Marc can enter with like boxes or double fives, no, 5-1. Okay, so now his chances of winning are very, very low. Oliver is doing very good here. Double fours, now his chances of winning are none. Absolutely zero. Even after this roll, his chances of winning are zero. And he could roll double fives again and his chances of winning would still be zero. Yeah, see? I figured that out a long time ago. So the clock is doing something funny. It's being covered by something, and it's hard to see if Tara can hear me. You see the clock is doing something funny.
Sorry?
You see the clock is doing something funny. If you want to ask Tara about it. Thank you, chat, for noticing. Double fives just makes the 3-point. Nice shot from Ali. 2-1, 13-11, 6-5. We're not splitting, I think. Well, I mean, that's what I would play, but, you know, I play with chutzpah. What do I play with? Chutzpah. Okay. Yeah, I'm sure she'll fix it. It's no problem. I can still see the clock. It's not a big deal. But they are correct. Something did happen to it, and we're not sure. We'll get it sorted. Yeah, that's a fair point. But splitting is just bad against this sort of structure where you're just going to be blitzed off the board. You just hope to build something in front of him. Splitting is not what we're doing here. There's too many checkers in the zone. And your front position can't absorb the impact of black's strong structure. Yeah, I mean, there's absolutely no way you can split in this position like this. That's just not what we do after somebody rolls double fives. I mean, the 5 is open, the 7 is open. You're just allowing yourself to be blitzed is the issue. Okay, so you've got your anchor now, and I guess we can slot the 5. We could play 13 to 7. Maybe that's a little better. The problem with this is sometimes it's hard to cover. Yeah, so my son is watching. Joshua, nice to have you out here, buddy. So he does get to cover, but he can't see his dad right now, and now he wants to watch fire trucks on the television, my wife tells me, so it's all good. But I'm here. Don't worry. Everything is fine. 6-5. Wow. Yeah, I mean, 6-1 seems like the play. Gives you the chances to win. The 5 is still open. You have an anchor, but still, it's not great. 6-5 you gained on the fan there. This is a huge improvement. Absolutely huge improvement. Oh, this is a cube already. Marc missed it. Tough, 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 tough. Just rolled through it. Long day at the office, rolling through a cube. How do we find this cube? The score. The score is the reason. Marc hits and brings both down. Oliver needs an ace in a big way. He rolls just a single number. You got to find the cube here. It's already a 250 pass, but who knows? Oliver might be the optimist. I've seen it before earlier in this match. This is definitely something Marc is going to find. No doubt about it, in my opinion. I mean, obviously, there is some doubt in other people's opinion, but there's no one around me who thinks that way. Although, to be totally honest, if you cut to my camera, there's no one around me at all. So, there you go. But there is a lot of ways to lose your market here, and Ollie might take. You never know. Okay. He's like, no chance. But you never know. Crazier things have happened. For sure. And there I am. Hello. Nice to see you all. If you guys wouldn't mind smashing the like button, subscribing to the Backgammon Galaxy YouTube channel. My name is Justin Knoll here for your commentary all week long. And if I get enough caffeine in my system, anything is possible. Absolutely anything. I mean, look at these PRs. Marc is now higher than Oliver. I would not have believed that after the first cube that we saw that Oliver took earlier in the game. Earlier in the match. But there's been some tough decisions. No doubt about it. Very, very tough decisions. And sometimes we choose correctly and sometimes we choose incorrectly, you know? It's definitely down to the decisions and how we're able to handle them, if we're in the right frame of mind or not. We're not always. It's very, very tough. And the dice gods have not been kind to Marc so far in this tournament. It looks like he's crushing, and then all of a sudden it just slips away. And there's nothing you can really do. I mean, of course, you just try to play your best, but he's been playing great. He's been playing like a 2.8 overall average so far. All right, this is a good chance. And, okay, for the wins versus the gammons, what are we doing here? Are we making the bar, or are we switching? Very, very tough. Making the bar probably wins more games because priming structure wins more games. Blitzing structure, of course, wins more gammons. And Marc really would like a gammon here because there's no way that, you know, Oliver can take unless he rolls a 2-3 from the roof to make the advanced anchor. Here, this is double twos, double threes to do that. And if he rolls 2-3, I think we still double 3, 4, okay. So I think we have a cube incoming. Oliver Squire must have done something. His PR is up to a 7, and this is just a massive pass. We're at 3 away, 5 away, which is not the most volatile of scores in backgammon, but it's enough. It's enough. You're on the roof against a 4-point board, not a 3-point board, not a 2-point board. There's 10 checkers in the zone. The counter argument to this, of course, is your structure is nice on the other side. If he hits you loose and you hit back, you could see ways to talk yourself into this. But Oliver is not tricked. Oliver is not tricked. Brent Vaughn, very kind words of you. Justin, we're fortunate to have you commenting this week. Thank you very much. I appreciate all kind words. One 6 enters and hits on the 5. Yeah, I'm not sure what happens if someone is mathematically eliminated from being able to win. Can figure that out if it ever happens. Double 5s, okay. And no, we got nothing yet. 5-4 is just 2 down. The 3 does this, and the 6 comes out. Oliver hoping to improve by making some structure next roll. More important than hitting, unless, of course, the hitting also makes structure, which this does. $5-2. Just comes under the gun. I like it. Don't really see what else we could do. Everything else is stripped on the outside, and double twos makes the 5 and makes the 4. This is a super joker roll. And 1-5. I guess the game is over if it's not too good. Is it too good? This is the real question. Is it too good? No. Very close to being on the 1, but not too good. Very, very close. Nice cube, Oliver. And obviously, massive pass. You just don't win a lot of games here, which is the issue. You have that blot on the 1, which is silly now. And, I mean, a lot of numbers just make the 7, make the point on your head. I know your recube vig is tremendous at this score, but hard to get a recube in when you don't win any games. And the gammons are still worth something. I mean, when you lose those, the match is over. It's not like they're worth nothing on a 2 cube. I mean, the more he looks at it, the more there's a chance he could take ay caramba, as Bart Simpson might say. And this just makes the bar. And now he's got 3 checkers behind a 5 prime. I mean, that's a pretty darn good roll in a pretty bad position that Marc has now been put into. My goodness. Ouch. And double 5s is like the worst you could roll here. Now you cover the ace, and looks pretty much over. I mean, of course, sicker things have happened. 5-4, okay. We hit, but do we make the point, or do we just hit loose? And I think I like this play better than breaking the bar, maybe, to cover. And the reason why is because 1-6 and 2-5 and 2-6 lets him out and access to escape his back checkers. And I've seen that twice so far today, that you would rather hit loose and keep the 5 prime just to make sure that the swings don't get too big when they roll a good number. Because even if he rolls 3-6 here, you still probably win. But the other way, you could legitimately lose. So this is a big decision, actually. Because it looks good to cover, but what if he rolls one of those 6 numbers to hit? Then he has a path out. And that is what we're trying to avoid. 3-5 fans doesn't matter too much. So this covers. Yeah, we could have thought about coming out and just covering with the ace, to be honest, because there are some numbers that get us trapped back here. So we hit loose with the 3 and hop out with the 5, keeping the 6 prime. And it looks like Oliver Squire is on the way to winning the match and the PR, which I would not have guessed. Not the way it started. That is for sure. So this covers. I guess we could bring it in. And there's no threat. So why not stay there and try to get another shot? This doesn't hit and cover. This just covers because hitting won't do anything because nothing cracks the board. We're only hitting and covering if we can gain something, and we don't gain anything from it because if he fans, our board just starts to crunch even more. 2-1. Oh no, counter primed. Thank you. Did you send this to me? Okay. So instead of total equity loss, these are the PRs after 5.
No, that's total equity loss. This is PR.
Ah, I see, I see. Okay. Oh, everyone's playing great. Everyone's playing great. Hideaki Ueda, after 5 matches, is playing at 2.09. Marc Olsen is playing at 2.77 before counting this match in, of course. Michi is playing at 2.25. And Oliver's playing at 3.37. So everyone is really playing around their A game.
Yeah.
That's like what I would expect for their A games to be around. Yes, of course. Hideaki has 7 points. And Oliver has 5. Michi has 7. And Marc has 1. He won a point somewhere. Hey.
One PR point on Hideaki.
He won the PR against Hideaki. Yeah, it was a short match, but that was good because they had a lot of big cube decisions there. All right, let me get back to this one. Did Marc just try to take a checker off? Did I miss something? Oh, no. Yeah. You know, it's probably disheartening as well when you're just not rolling well and you're playing well. That, like, oversights just tend to happen more in those circumstances when it feels like nothing you do is going to help. And since Marc's board is so crunched, we just rip him off. Rip him off. 6-1 comes out. 5-2. Oh, and double 6s. Oliver, Squire. There's no backgammons, so I would just go to the 6, right? There's no backgammons. He has to go, which is unfortunate because 6-2, 5-2, 4-2 would have been funny, and now I can't. Oh, and double 6. Absolutely sick for Marc. Absolutely sick for Marc. So, you know, for Marc, please, guys, to make him feel better, the more likes we have on this video, the better he'll feel later. I don't think anything's going to make him feel better, but it'll make me feel better. So please, please smash the like button and subscribe to the Backgammon Galaxy YouTube channel. That was tough. That was tough. We have a drive-by like here. Somebody says, I like the video in person. So that's nice. Like the video virtually as well. Just please, just press the button. This is our last match of the streaming for today. We will be starting again at the same time, 11 a.m. Monaco time tomorrow, which I believe is 10 a.m. in London, which is 5 a.m. in New York City. So I will see you both, again, both, who's both? There's more than 2 of you watching, I believe. I will see you all again tomorrow, so thank you for tuning in. And maybe Marc does the reverse and just wins 2 points in every match tomorrow. That would be great. It could happen. Rough. Rough. That's what the dog said. And that's what I said as well. Rough. So thank you all, and I will see you. I will see you tomorrow. Let me go get dinner and do a slow walk away. Please feel free to smash the like button on the way out. My name is Justin Knoll from Backgammon Galaxy. Of course, if anyone is interested in lessons, please feel free to send me an email at justin@backgammonuniversity.com. And here come the credits. The credits are rolling. Hopefully, there's like outro music, maybe. Possibly, potentially. We'll see you all tomorrow. I'm going to go watch the end of the match on stream too, so feel free to go check that one out as well. I'll see you guys later.